me the green light to start night 2 of the 2014 proposed budget meetings. Before we get into fire, we've got just really one thing we wanted to follow up from last night. Council direction had been on policy question 3 and 4 to, well, specifically on 3, to go back and look at the salary range. While council was supportive of the position, there was some concern about the salary range not being high enough to get a quality person, with the goal being, if we're going to do it, let's do it right approach. So HR did some analysis work today using Mountain State's data, and what I would propose, based upon the range, which is, if I can find my notes, somewhere in here, is a starting range of 86,000 to about 91 with salary, which brings it up to 115,351. So what I would propose, taking into account last night's discussion, is that we modify policy question 3 to essentially say, does council support the addition of a 1.0 FT for marketing events at an amount of 115,351, and then modify policy question 4 to be $150,000. What the net difference would be an increase of under $2,500, and basically taking the differential from policy question 3, the 127,900, from the proposed range at 115,351, which of course is salary plus benefits, at a starting range of that 86 to 91. So if council is supportive of that, we would do those two things based on this discussion last night. Seeing head nods, questions, concerns? Yes, sir.
I'd like to see more of a job description other than just a paragraph of what we hope this will be. I would like to see a job description of some sort of what we should expect.
Well, we have a draft one based upon what we originally started from, and I think Eric could pull based upon the Mountain States data, and we could get that information out to you. Essentially, it'd be a marketing communications. He uses the word functional director. That's probably not what the title would be, but essentially, it's somebody who doesn't actually supervise other people, but is tasked with the doing, creation and the doing of it. So we certainly could follow up with you and get you a copy of that.
Okay. And we'll have this all before we finalize all this good stuff in a couple weeks, I guess.
We can easily do that for you. Absolutely.
I'm probably going to open that door up because it is definitely hot in here.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'll open it up.
I'm with you. All right, so I'll get on that one. So that takes care of 3 and 4, and so we'll increase,
Gently.
we'll wait for a second. So that'll be a net increase of about $2,500 that we'll put up on the board as we tally this. All right, and then moving on to this evening, the beginning of this evening at fire on policy question number 8. And so before we get into the meat of it, I just want to acknowledge that we have representatives from the district and the ranch here as well. I think council is aware that we meet with the staff from the district and the ranch as we meet as staff and we develop the budget. And then we also bring in the elected representatives from the district, ranch, and the council, who is Councilman Stallman, and we go through the budget policy questions. And the intent is, and the goal, and the commitment, rather, and ultimately, is that we don't bring things forward that haven't been vetted and at least supported for discussion by all three entities in that. And so I think it's been an incredible shift over the last 2 years in creating a true partnership in that. And that's part of course, why they're here at the table with you, so that you're not hearing just from us, but you're hearing from our partners in this endeavor of fire protection that we have.
Fire Ops 101.
Redo? Yeah, no, it is not. So, so I want to point out that I know one of the big things on the table for folks that is not a policy question is the overtime issue that's out there. I have had that from several council members. But if you will humor us and allow us to get through a couple of these things, and then we'll drill down into that, I think that would be an appropriate place to start. So, without further ado, policy question number 8 is, does council support the continuation of an intergovernmental agreement with West Metro Fire Protection District for Emergency Services. And Doug is about to pass out, I apologize, we should have passed it out while I was chatting there. What we have for data relative to the per unit, per incident cost, and then the increase in response time.
Thanks, Doug.
So the key one is at the bottom under response times. And so while the data set is relatively small, we have response times to February 7th, 12 to August 8th of 12 of Littleton Fire Rescue. We were running at 12:33, and West Metro during that same time period, albeit 10 calls, is running at 8:39, which is a 3-minute and 54-second responder, 31 seconds faster, or 31% faster in response time. So,
I take it these are response times to trail mark.
correct. And then the other piece that's in here, if you look at the about midway through the LFR cost per response, this is system-wide at 1136, and the City of Littleton cost per response based upon the West Metro contract at 3244. So there is a significant increase in cost, but again, there are other benefits that we get from that contract beyond just the West Metro, because we get access to the training facility as well specifically. So, Chief, anything you want to add to that before we open it up to questions?
So far, the extra benefits have been paying well for us, and that is the participation in the West Metro Fire Training. So far, it's been working well with us concerning the training academy that we've engaged with West Metro. We've gotten some good experience out of that. Not only that, but I think it's drawn our departments closer. As I think some of you recall, we got into a blue card training, which was incident command. The reason we were able to get into it so cost effectively is partnering up with not only West Metro and their training facility, but also with South Metro.
And so, John or Doug, what was the maintenance cost on using the facility, shared facility with Englewood? That is that being reduced?
Each agency was putting in 44 grand. Now, the reason we were putting in 44,000 is probably 7 or 8 years ago, maybe longer than that, we actually hired a full-time coordinator for that facility. With the departure of West Metro and South Metro, our two bigger partners, we no longer needed a coordinator, which is going to reduce that 44,000 that each of us are paying. I have yet to have a sit-down with their new fire chief over there in Englewood, Andy Marsh. We are scheduled for a meeting on Monday, this next Monday. And my hopes is that we continue to be a full partner down here at this training facility also, but only for the cost of utilities, which will dramatically reduce the 44,000 that we're putting in. Why is that, Mullen? Because I think we can get down there and throw ladders. We can stretch hose. We can certainly do pump testing at a facility that's a lot closer than West Metro. We still use West Metro for the big-time training, and that is for the burn building, for those multi-agency, multi-company type training that we need to get into. But for a single company training to go down here to MIFTIC certainly makes sense as long as the cost is low.
And my recollection is the cost in providing the trail mark support is very close to the cost if we were sending them to the training facility over a year. Right, because we're having access and we're not paying for the training, right?
That is correct.
And so there's however many folks times training incident per year, that came pretty close to the 300,000, correct?
That is correct. It was not. they're going to charge us, it's about half, they're going to charge us about $1,000 per firefighter per year. 130 firefighters, $130,000.
So, and that credit isn't reflected on this sheet.
That's correct. Okay. Any questions? All supportive? Yes, Jim?
I wish I'd kept the clipping about where I saw this issue, but I think it was in the Denver Post where they were talking about creating a South Metro-wide dispatch center. Include South Metro Fire Training, West Metro Fire Training, Inglewood, us. You know anything about that?
Councilmember Taylor, are you talking about communication center, just communication center? Or are we talking about?
It was a dispatching center for all of the South area fire departments.
Currently, we're working on a shared computer-aided dispatch. Right now, individually, each PSAP, each fire department PSAP has their own computer-aided dispatch. Ours is due for upgrade as everything electronic, as is South Metro's, as is West Metro's. What we are engaging in now are talks with the Arapahoe 911 Board of Directors to get funding for a shared computer-aided dispatch, would save us not only maintenance costs, but also licensing. With this, all the fire departments in the south area would be connected, interconnected. We would be able to share not only the voice communication, but also data, including the stuff that's on their mobile data terminals would be universally shared. That's what we're pushing for. Is
Is that just for 911 or is that for all your dispatch calls?
I'm sorry, that's for all dispatch calls. The reason we're going to 911 is for a funding source to purchase that CAD.
Okay. Then my question is, if this came about, would we have established automatic aid again so that this $315,000 that we're having to pay now to West Metro because they won't do automatic aid into Trailmark would go away?
I don't know the answer to that one. Yeah, I haven't got the answer to that one.
I think that's one of the things we really should push for. I'm not very happy with everybody having to pay $315,000 because West Metro will not do an automatic aid into Trailmark.
Duly noted, without a doubt. Are you supportive of this, Jim, or you want to vote so we can reflect?
If you're going to call for a vote, I'll vote no on this item.
I think that's, is everyone else okay? And we'll have Wendy reflect the minutes showing that Councilman Taylor did not support this.
I'm good.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Policy question 9, we actually have, this is one of the ones we've continued to work on, so primarily finance. So we're passing out a modified number 9. Let me give you a little background on this, and while it's going around, and Doug and Chief jump in at any point. So in 2000, the City Council created an enterprise fund called the Emergency Medical Transport Enterprise. And it was formed under the Constitution and was at the time used primarily because the city was starting to look at hitting, as I understand it, was starting to look at hitting a revenue cap. And it was a way to defer revenues validly into this enterprise fund. It really has never operated under the constitutional limitations of an enterprise fund in the sense that that definition of an enterprise fund has to have at least 90% of its revenues coming from the fees and no more than 10%, of course, then coming from general fund or other revenue streams. And so part of this policy question, and even in the wording of it, we have as a really, quote, true enterprise fund is really making sure that we either identify it and utilize it as an enterprise fund under the Constitution, or we change it to something more along the lines of a special revenue fund and we kind of offset it. So the difference between the policy question and the recommendation of what, or the ask that we had in the original one and this one, stemmed from actually the conversation that we had when we met with the district and the ranch, where in order to hit at that time, what we had proposed was 100% cost recovery. You were looking at a fairly substantial increase, about 33%, I believe, in the basic life support transport as well as the advanced life support transport, which wouldn't put us over the top of the area costs, but would certainly put us toward the top end of that. Now, it's somewhat immaterial when you're looking at a revenue that's based on fees, what the comparables are, but it's certainly one way to look at it. And really the concern that was raised from our partners was there is a community benefit. There are other costs that are associated with transport. For example, a call for 911, medic response, but no transport that happens. That is part of that overall system cost. Well, how fair is it to have the person who does get transported have to cover for the number of calls that result in no transport? And so what we went back after having that conversation and modified this to say is, and there was also concern about the fee increase going to 33%. And so what we've done is we've proposed a fee increase that results in the 90%, so it creates the TABOR. It results in an increase of 15%, which I think in particular the ranch was comfortable with a 15% increase. With that, puts us at 755 and 855 respectively for the basic life support and advanced life support transports, which is kind of right in there in the middle of our South Metro areas. And then therefore allows us to operate it as a true enterprise fund. Ed acknowledges at that 10% cap based on the constitutional limitation that we are in the general sense, paying from general community dollars because there's that community benefit. Did that cover it?
It does.
Okay, John, anything else? I'm sorry, did you?
Oh, no, I can't remember if you said that the last fee increase was
Oh, I did not.
2007, so it has been 6 years since we have updated the fees. And that was the only fee increase since 2000, so this would be the second proposed fee increase if it was approved.
Chief, anything else? Oh, no.
I
Yes,
want
Peggy.
to ask a question just on that piece. Surely the cost, as being explained here, didn't just suddenly go up after 6 years. So I'm hoping if we do approve this, that we keep those.
Well, yes, and one of the advantages.
I mean, maybe every year they would have to be increased.
Well, one of the advantages of having it as a true enterprise is one of the expectations from finance and fire would be that they have to make sure that those fees are covering the costs of the service level provided. So it drastically changes the conversation if you are looking at adding additional medic units, that type of thing, because that you've then got to reflect it within the fees. If costs, for whatever reason, go up, you have to continually evaluate it. So I would assume that they would look at, a year or two annually in arrears to see are those costs maintaining that 90% level.
And then related to that, if you have to bring in 90%, right, for the enterprise, how does the fact that not everybody winds up paying, how does that impact that?
I will give you the manager response, which is finance has done an incredible job of looking at the various revenues, the scofflaws, how the feds pay, and all of that, and then I'll turn it over to Doug to give you the real answer.
Well, thank you, Michael. And that's why we included the payer mix on here. You can see that a lot of the bulk of the dollars, almost half, comes from commercial, but a lot of it does come from Medicare and Medicaid, where there are contract limits, where we could charge more, but we're only going to receive a certain amount. So our net collections ends up being about 50% on each dollar that we bill. So all of that has been factored into the fees and the revenue estimates here.
Now, my brain doesn't work so well with some of this. So you're saying the net collection is 50%, which means then we charge more so that the non-scuffles get paid for by other people?
Well, everybody's going to be billed
Right, but.
on the
but
same scale, but as far as what the city will get once Medicare pays their contracted limit, there's a limit to that.
But the 50%?
And the net, when you consider insurance and self-pay and all those type of payments, the net that the city receives in revenues is 50% on
What
each
we
dollar
bill.
that's billed.
Of what we bill?
That's correct.
Would we receive more if we didn't bill so high? Oh, no, that sounds silly, but.
Like I
or
said, the
should-
Medicare and Medicaid is locked into a contract, so we could charge $5,000, we're only going to get a certain amount from
for
those patients.
Right. I'm just thinking of the fairness of the other people then that have to pay to offset lower payments from other folks.
Can I use some
Well, and I
slightly
don't know if
different
any
words?
other agencies have a different way of billing, but
It's, part of the 50%, I don't know how much it is. So, you know, we bill 100%, but part of the reason that it's something less than 100% is it's not necessarily a scofflaw as much as Medicare reimbursement or Medicaid reimbursement is going to be less than the billed amount. So it's not that they're a scofflaw.
Exactly.
We get it.
Well, they use that word, but but
Well,
again,
no,
I mean, anybody who's dealing with a.
I was not using scofflaw on the federal payment. Just to be clear.
The NSA is listening.
Yes.
So, I mean, so the part of the reason it's below 100% is because you're only going to get a reimbursement level because they're capping
So
those.
it's
So,
like the other stuff, everybody who doesn't already qualify for Medicare or Medicaid is picking up a big chunk.
and it's the same way on hospitalization.
I know,
exactly.
that's what I
That's the
just,
medical field.
no, so, okay, thank you.
Jim, I probably wasn't listening closely enough, but if you're taking $350,000 out of the reserve fund, you've got 4 years before you run out of reserve fund. So what's the plan on not having to take this money out of reserve fund in order to make this a true enterprise?
Well, I think the plan is to keep, like Michael noted, that we would keep analyzing the costs and see if the fee increase can finally support the full cost of running this program. Right now, it would make such a big leap. It would take a 30% increase, so we thought more of a gradual increase, 15%. After talking with the districts, they were satisfied that probably a 15% level would be something that their constituents could handle, but not a full 30% at this stage. So maybe more incremental increases and keep analyzing the costs periodically, but you know, at least every 2 years, and look at that and see what the fee increase would need to be to cover those costs. But you're right, eventually the fund balance would run out.
And I would add on top of that, I'm sorry, David, that if ultimately, especially after we've done this for a year, this group continues to say that there is a public value benefit, then those dollars would come out of the general fund, just for, and however, from other partners, but to show that there is that community portion and of value within that. So right now, just to minimize the effect to the general fund, we thought the reserve fund was the place to take it out of. I'm sorry, Dave.
I just want to make it clear too, from at least the Littleton Fire Protection District's position. I'm not sure that we're really comfortable, and Michael indicated this before, that we're really comfortable with an enterprise fund, because to me, the enterprise fund concept is that you're competing in an enterprise that is normally on a, also on a private level, where the government competes with a private industry. And that's why the 90%. It's kind of like with the federal government, with the military bases, they have to have their commissaries and exchanges have a certain level so that they compete with the Walmart and the Targets, et cetera. I don't think fire protection is in that category, and that's why we're a little uncomfortable with keeping this as an enterprise fund. I can see raising the fees because we need to raise the fees. I mean, it's like everything else goes up, but it's still a government service that people pay their taxes for. That's what the mill levies are for. That's what people expect. And to hold the 90% rule, to this type of service, I think is unfair to the constituents. And as Michael indicated, we're doing this on a year-by-year basis to see if it works, but I think, at least from the district's point of view, we're more looking towards putting it into the special revenue fund or reserve fund, rather than holding the budgets to that 90% rule. I think that's more realistic and more fair to the constituents.
Don't disagree with that.
Given that comment, might it be better to change the policy question to just be saying, does the council support a fee increase?
No, because we're merging here to an extent, because part of this is this enterprise fund, as I opened with, at least what we believe was the intent at the time, was to address a Tabor cap on revenues. And so part of the intent here is to say, if you can certainly break it up into two and say, let's raise the rates and let's turn it into a special revenue fund. There's not it shifts from a partner policy question to one ultimately of the council at some level to say, this enterprise fund may be needed again, if you will, if we start to hit a Tabor cap sometime in the future. And so we may want to keep it there and not operate it, and I'm not trying to make it convoluted, but the original creation of this was probably not what is now before us, but it's trying to honor what an enterprise fund is. And that's part of the policy question, especially to the council, is saying there is a specific, as Davis pointed out, there's a specific reason to have an enterprise fund under the Constitution, and benefits and challenges, et cetera, around that. We've had it sitting here, not really utilizing that way, but I think if you talk to people, when you say the words enterprise fund, those who at least take the time or have the knowledge around what that is, they jump to the place that says, okay, that means about 90% of it's coming, and they may not know the example, but they basically know that a enterprise fund lives on revenue, on fee revenue, not general taxation revenue. So part of it is, and I don't mean this in any negative fashion, but it's kind of eliminating the shell version of this and calling it what it is. And so if there's a desire to raise the rates but not have us locked in by that 90%, then I think what Doug would be comfortable with, and correct me if I'm wrong, is turning it into a special revenue fund.
And then we do run the risk of bumping into the Tabor excess revenue cap. Just depends on what year that occurs and where all the revenues are at that point in time.
And you can always recreate it if you need it.
So maybe it would help for you to comment on the other enterprise funds that we have, because it seems to me this is similar. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. And we have, I forget, 2 others, or trying to remember.
We have the sewer utility enterprise fund.
And that's the big one. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
the
But-
common ones in government are water and sewer.
Yeah, but, I mean, so it makes sense to me in that kind of context that it's an enterprise fund.
Yeah. I mean, it is a challenge that it's in the Constitution at 90%. And that's a hard number, and it's a hard place, I think, from a policy level. I mean, you guys tell me, you're policymakers, because if you're talking about this community value and this community, you know, what part, when we're all paying in our property or mill levy taxes, what part are we paying for the infrastructure versus what part am I paying for when Terry dials 911 and has to utilize that service? Because you could certainly argue that there is a general benefit that he gets transported. But what portion should he pay versus all of us pay because he's the one in need of that particular service delivery? We do that, you know, building permits. We all pay sales tax, so the building permit system is there, but then if I come in for a building permit, I pay for that building permit because it's a service delivery for me type of thing. Now, that's not an enterprise fund, but it's kind of that base sales tax or that taxation, so the infrastructure is there, and then the vertical user pays X percentage based upon whatever the body feels is that ratio between community benefit and what the end user should pay, development fees, et cetera, et cetera. So, more on enterprise funds? No? Okay. Oh.
For those who don't know, my name's Terry Nolan, I'm with the Metro District, and I suppose it's being recorded anyway, so.
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity to address council on this matter. The Metro District Board considered this issue and are supportive of a special revenue fund to track all the expenses and revenues in one fund. That makes a lot of sense. They're not supportive of the restrictive nature of using a Tabor Enterprise Fund. And it's because of the issue that Michael brought up, that some people are being transported and they shouldn't necessarily pay for the entire service. The board, thinks it's appropriate that a portion of that is funded by taxes. And they are supportive of an increase in fees up to the vicinity of market, maybe a little above. But they don't support this, putting this in an enterprise fund and then attempting to achieve that 90%
Are you
revenue goal.
comfortable just asking the question on behalf of the council of that 15% increase?
That gets it right near market, didn't it?
Yeah,
You said
so again,
755 and
755.
855.
And Cindy had
Yes.
indicated that percentage
Yes.
when we met, so, okay.
But it seems to me that the remainder ought to be funded out of taxes.
Now, that does just happen to me 90%, but it doesn't mean it'll be 90% next year.
Right.
So, so I'm not trying to merge the two, but just so folks understand that that percentage is supported, but may only be 85% next year. Sorry.
I've got some questions here. When you look at the financials then, so we're gonna transfer the salaries and some other stuff then over to, was that page 204, is that correct? From page 64 to 204?
Yeah, we'd be putting the costs associated with whether they're special revenue or whether it ends up being an enterprise, we would transfer those costs associated with that into that fund, if you will.
Sure. So then the difference is, I mean, right off the bat, when I look at the salary, regular and overtime, it's not the same amount transferring over, what is the difference there?
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
64 and 204. Whereas most everything else is fairly close.
No, one or the other.
Page 64, you said? Okay.
Page 64.
Paramedics, I don't think that's it.
So you with me there, Doug?
Yeah, that, in an attempt to capture all the costs, we have proposed to move out those paramedic costs out of the general fund and into the single emergency medical transport fund. And so, at least for the first year, that other 15% differential would come out of the accumulated fund balance that we proposed and not be charged to the general fund. All of the paramedic costs for running this program would come out of that enterprise fund.
So what I'm looking at though, on the regular salary, for instance, so for 2014, it'll be 335.
No, we removed everything for 2014.
Right, and then moved it over to the budget into 2014 for the emergency medical, is that correct?
That's correct. So everything from this paramedics division, that 644,000, that was moved to the Fund 43 Emergency Medical Fund.
Jerry, let me interject and you can tell me. So we had done partial transfers or partial expenses into the emergency medical transport historically. And so the differentials are the increases of transferring the paramedics into it and essentially doing the remainder of the transfer. Does that
So
make
like
sense?
salary would be double then?
No. There was already, so if you look at, on page 204, if you look at the adopted budget at 2013, 1,596,000 under expenses, salary regular. All right, and Doug correct me if I'm wrong here, then we took the paramedic expenditures back on page 64, that 335,960.
Yep.
And we added that, we took it out of the general fund, we put it into here and added it to the line. And I'm not sure what the rest, because there's probably other
Wouldn't that
places.
just make that delta then, 336 then instead of,
739,010.
right.
It's probably because there's other costs that went at salaries. that
Yeah,
went
when we
there as well.
developed the 2013 budget, we basically took the paramedic costs, what we thought those were for paramedics, and 25% was charged to the general fund, 75% to the transport fund. And after further analysis, we've come up with the proposal in front of you, and that 75-25 was not accurate. So that's why the proposed change for 2014. So all of those personnel costs were basically charged directly from payroll in that 25-75 ratio.
Does the same formula work then for overtime? And as I go down the line, most everything else is fairly close, it's just a straight transfer over.
Overtime is a little more dependent on how the fire department tracks their time and how the timesheet is input, so I can't really say that was on the same ratio, no.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, direction? Bruce?
I'm just feeling similar to the district. Part of the cost of doing business as a public entity is to absorb some of this. So I'm not comfortable with it being totally pulled out of part of the day-to-day operations of running the fire department. So I think I'm more comfortable with not doing the emergency medical transport enterprise fund, but doing it as your alternative, which is identified funds for the cost of doing business, considering the fact that, the city absorbs getting the vehicles staged up, getting them to respond, getting them to come back, paying the salaries. I think that's just part of the overall overhead of a city.
So special revenue.
Yeah, I feel special revenue. And not that it shouldn't be looked at again in the future, but just that's the way I feel now.
And are you good with the proposed fee increases then as well?
I am for the proposed fee increases, and I am concerned about the issue that was addressed, that Medicare and Medicaid have contractual amounts that require everybody else who isn't using them to pay more. I don't like that, but I don't think there's an answer at this table.
Well, they're listening right now, so I know you're concerned.
I hope they are.
Take your social
Bruce?
security number.
I was gonna, yeah, essentially, I would concur. I think the treating it as a special revenue fund is appropriate. And likewise, I'm comfortable with the 15% bump at this point. We'll obviously review it again in the future, so I'd go that route.
Okay, Jerry?
Yeah, I think you guys pegged it, yeah. I think the 15% is good. I don't want to do the enterprise thing at this time, that's for sure.
You want to do special revenue?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I agree. I think if we believe it's going to be necessary to have a enterprise fund on this, that we can look at the cost side and what gets allocated against the cost, and then you end up with the ratio that's okay for a portion. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, thank you.
That is definitely another
Right.
way to handle it.
Leave it to you.
Jim,
I'd leave it like it is for the time being for this coming year.
you okay with the 15 or not?
Yes.
Okay. Peggy?
15.
And special revenue? Okay,
Great.
same.
Mine, though, is for keeping
Right.
it as
Yeah.
an enterprise,
Right.
okay.
You got that? She's a
I'm
yes.
15 and special revenue.
Number 10 out of 36.
Is that what we're on? Yeah.
Does council support an emergency medical transport fee increase in operating the, I'm sorry, I just love that policy question, let's revisit it.
Yeah.
Does council, I really want that enterprise fund, come on, you guys.
Let's vote on it.
Does council, apologize, does council support increasing the total paramedics FTEs by 3, paid $142,000 out of the general fund, $200 out of the Emergency Medical Transport Special Revenue Fund now. And this would, as council is aware, in 2013, council approved 3 additional paramedics. We'd been running Medic 16 solely on overtime up until 2013. Council authorized, along with the partners, 3 new FTEs. It takes 6 to run a medic unit, and so we had reduced, I won't say we reduced overtime, I will say that we added 3 FTEs to fill half of the need of Medic 16. This policy question would complete that request and have Medic 16 staffed by on-duty folks, not through overtime costs or asking existing staff to double up. Yes, sir.
Make sure I understand what you just said. Last year's budget included 3 incremental EMTs, was that?
Correct.
Correct, and those have now in fact been hired,
Correct.
and they came on and,
Yes.
okay. And then the timing for the hiring of these incremental 3 FTEs is when?
As soon as we can.
Like
I say that,
January?
it depends on a fire academy, getting them through a fire academy. We've already selected the people. We've got a list ready to go. It depends, of course, on council approval, and as soon as that happens, we will start gearing up for an academy. We were sending our new folks to either Aurora's Academy when it was available or West Metro's, and that's worked out well for us. So far, there are no academies scheduled to begin around the first of the year. And as you know, the longer we put off hiring and getting them in the field, the less impact they're going to have.
So when is the next closest in academy schedule?
Actually, Councilman Selma, what we're considering is doing our own fire academy.
Okay, it's an interest, I hadn't heard that, but I guess from your standpoint, I'm not sure what the economics of that look like, but if we didn't do our own, is there one between now and the end of the year where they have traditionally done them, like Aurora or Denver or whatever?
Actually, there has been no set schedule for when people hire and put an academy together. I'm saying that we have canvassed the metro area, and there are currently no academies scheduled for the first of the year or into next year.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way then. If you did an internal academy, would these individuals be hired and on staff and functioning at some capacity while they were going through the academy, and how long would that take?
No, sir, they would not be online. They would not be functioning
So how quickly?
as a firefighter medic. What they would be doing is going through an academy exclusively.
Okay.
And that our last academy, the West Metro Academy, I believe, took 17 weeks.
Yeah, is your question when they'll come online?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
when we're
that's-
reducing the overtime?
Yeah, so essentially, that's where I'm going with all this. I mean, if we just had the 3 that came on in August, I presume are accounted for in the budget.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, and then if we're gonna get 3 more, I assume they're in the budget, at least assuming pending the policy question decision.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
But on top of that, though, we've got the overtime number going up. So ultimately, one of 2 things, I'm trying to figure out, how can we expedite getting these people on now? So hypothetically, if it's a 17-week class, and you have the candidates identified, is that what you said?
That is correct.
You know, why wouldn't we bite the bullet to send them through the academy, if it's an internal academy, this fall, so that they're scheduled, the 17 weeks would expire somewhere around the beginning of the year, so that we get them on, so that we can lower the overtime number?
I would support that.
Okay. And
Did you hear that?
I did not, I apologize. Say it again.
Well, the question was, it sounds like he's got 3 candidates identified.
Yep.
If we run them through an internal academy, theoretically, we could do that starting sooner than later, such that they would be available in January, such that there'd be more justification for lowering this overtime number as, as offset. Kind of thing.
So council understands what's in the budget is no reduction in overtime associated with these 3 FTEs and full year salary for these 3 FTEs because of the unknown of the academy and when they would actually be put on the street.
But I guess that's what I'm saying, is if we're
Yeah,
doing it.
no, in some, yes, no, but regardless of when that is, there will be a reduction of overtime.
Okay.
And whether it's internal or somewhere else,
Yeah,
that-
my suggestion is we pair a reduction in overtime
Right.
for something greater than this amount.
I agree.
So that, it's actually a negative impact on the overall budget.
No, I would totally agree with that, but I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out what the resourcing looks like and whether it's been accounted for in here, and it's, and what you're saying is there's been, you got.
What I would like to.
both whole.
Yeah, okay.
What I would like to see is leave it as a question, but my statement would be, we reduce the overtime for covering the 3 FTEs, which would be something greater than this amount because we're putting on the people, and the overtime, which is split between the paramedic component on page 204 and other services on page 55. And so that's where I would expect the reductions to be, and I'd put it all as one item, which is, let's put the bodies on, let's reduce the overtime budget, because the overtime budget hasn't been reduced for this. And the overtime budget is a significant increase over 2013, and so it should be going down even further than this amount. I would like to hear us see that number. Partners agree?
I've got,
I'll defer, but I was trying to be the appropriate.
Bruce?
Just to address the staffing issue, it sounds like the presumption was that you were hiring somebody to be a paramedic. And aren't you really hiring somebody to be a firefighter, and that's a backfill to someone who is currently on board with some time or experience or training as a firefighter to be advanced to through that process to paramedic? And that the person you're actually hiring is entry level, the paramedic is coming from somewhere within existing staff?
Actually, Council Beckman, what we've done is all the candidates that are on the hiring list are paramedics. So when we hire them as a paramedic, they will be a paramedic firefighter. We'll put them through the academy to get the firefighting skills. We'll put them on probation for a year so they learn our way of doing things. We can take a hard look at them, and then they'll be a fully functioning firefighter medic.
That's a
You're also
little-
right, we do it the other way too. We are still in the process of identifying those candidates within our department that want to be paramedics and sending them through school. So it's doing both, hiring medics and educating our own.
Well, and my only point for bringing it up is to presume that there's going to be an overtime savings based on some hiring date really depends on the candidates or their training or how, they make it through probation, and, there are so many what-ifs. I'm hesitant about hiring 3 means 5 months later, overtime drops. I mean, I just don't think that's a formula that fits.
Well, Bruce, just in responding to that, I look at, we have something over $1 million increase in overtime costs versus the 2013 budget. So it's a big item.
Yeah, I just don't want to make the assumption that hiring is going to lower our overtime.
I just want to get us closer to the 2013 budget. So, and that's why you can look at it any way you want.
And that's the discussion I think the city manager was still going to have, which is
Yep, and
what we're waiting for.
if you guys are there now, we can jump into it.
I have a quick question about the
Well,
fire academy. So we don't have a fire academy, right?
I mean, a physical plant.
Well, you said that we have used other people's fire academies, correct? And that there's no openings at this point, so we would do our own. So what does it mean to do our own? What does that look like? Because it sounds to me like to do our own, I see some dollar signs there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that in the budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You'll
Fire
see that the
academy.
training budget is increased by about $67,000, I believe. Now, when we sent our candidates through West Metro, that was $7,000 apiece. We also supplied an instructor, a very good instructor. So there is a cost. If we do our own, it's going to be overtime, which means we're going to take people from offline, and we're going to put them down, whatever academy we use, whatever physical plant we use, and pay them. We also pay backfill for them while they're down there to fill their spots. So that's going to cost. Now, is it going to cost $7,000 a recruit? I don't believe it's going to cost that much. But there certainly is money associated with that.
So it costs us $7,000 a recruit to send them to West Metro,
That is correct.
and you have in the budget $67,000.
That is correct.
7,000 times 3, 21.
6.
We've trained 3. We've trained, 3 are trained and on board in August.
Correct.
We're looking at 3 more. So it would be those 3 that would be trained. And for us to do it at 67,000, for us to send them to West Metro is 21,000. What am I missing?
Yes, ma'am. You're missing the other 9 that I'm going to be hiring. Wait a minute. Actually, it works just like this. If you approve 3 tonight, or if you approve 3 through the budget session, I'm going to be losing, through attrition, probably 7 or 8 firefighters this next year.
Wait a minute, I'm going to tease you here. If we don't approve any, will you lose any?
Yes, I'm sure we would too, yes. That's a great point. So, in addition to those 3 that we need to train, I'm going to have to bring in at least another 6 or 7 just to keep us whole. So when I'm talking about going through an academy, I'm not talking about 3 people going through the academy. Actually, I'm talking about 10 people going through academy. The 3 new hires, the 3 new FTEs, plus the ones that are going to be leaving through attrition. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question?
It answers the question.
Okay.
Bruce?
Chief, I mean, I get, on the 3 new firefighter paramedics, I assume these are individuals, I guess my assumption was, you can tell me if I'm wrong, was that these were sort of entry-level positions for people that wanted to start a fire service career. Is that
Yes, sir.
reasonably accurate? But if we lose 7 experienced firefighters or firefighter paramedics, nothing says we can't find experienced personnel who want to relocate to this area and work in this fire department. We wouldn't have to necessarily send through academy if they've already been, right?
Yes, we would. And I'm not saying,
17 weeks worth?
and maybe not 17 weeks, but we certainly have to send them through a strong training orientation program to come on. Even those firefighters, paramedics that have experience. And we are getting those firefighter medics now.
Right.
I'm also saying that there is a shortage of those firefighter medics nationally. We aren't the only organization here in the metro area, or here in the state, or nationally that's struggling to find trained paramedics.
Yeah, but the other thing you said, though, was there aren't any academies scheduled because the training cycle is sort of hit or miss.
That is correct.
On that, real piggyback, have you looked outside of West Metro and South Metro? Denver, Colorado Springs?
Yes, ma'am. As I've stated before, we used Aurora, we've used Castle Rock. We would consider Parker if they had a training center, but now they're South Metro Parker. But yes, we are fully open to partnering up. In fact, that's one of the things we will do even if we do our own academy, and that is throw out the invitation for others to join us. We do that too.
At a fee.
Right, yeah.
Well, the same set.
If others join us, then we charge them?
Absolutely.
in your purpose of, just bringing us back to the policy question, your purpose of determining when they come online is relative to a reduction in the overtime.
Well, I guess it's yes and more. I mean, it sounds, it's the whole staffing management process. I mean, the overtime is a flex issue where it's needed, but I mean, I think the idea here in theory is, I mean, we've seen years, if you go to page 55, you've seen years where, at least on this particular department, you know, where it's been, you know, 700,000, 550,000, and then you've seen years where it's obviously a lot more. So I mean, there's some amount of cyclicality to the whole thing, and I guess I'm trying to sort of get an understanding of what's driving it, and how do we manage it, and how much do we really need?
So I don't know that that's been the conversation to date, or this evening, because, I mean, I think we have the breakdown of where the overtime costs are coming from in terms of injury, backfill, those types of things, and if that's the question.
Well, I kind of
I think we've
assumed
got-
that the staff ads would have a positive impact on that number, as in driving it down, but what you said was,
Well, because we didn't know when they were going to come on board, and because of what happened last year.
Right,
We weren't
exactly.
going to assume a date.
right, but, and so then
And
the next
obviously we
question is, well,
manage
how
it.
do we make that? So it seems like there's a lot of extra questions that it would be nice to get some semblance of what, how do we expedite the whole thing to get those guys on sooner? And then, I don't know about this extra 7 people, that's sort of maybe.
But that's normal attrition that occurs annually. This-
It would
yeah,
happen no matter what happens here tonight.
Yeah.
And
We
they'll be
still have to
replaced,
replace them.
right? They're gonna
Yes,
be replaced.
correct.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Well, then, but then I guess we're back to the question of, you know, all right, so I don't have a problem with the 3 incremental hires. I might not have a problem with doing an internal fire academy if we could expedite the process, you know, almost to this fall, to try to get it done sooner so we get them on faster. But I would very much like to set the bogey on overtime something lower, to at least make it a positive, you know, shoot for, manage the process as best we can, you know, using every capacity we've got to keep that number under some reasonable semblance of control for everybody's benefit.
Outside of just this 3
Yeah.
FTEs.
Yeah.
Jim?
I'm going to be somewhat in that same camp, because as I recall, when we had this budget discussion a year ago, we were hiring 3 medics in order to start reducing our overtime. And you look at the overtime cost that's in here, it is almost triple what we had budgeted for. So hiring 3 people and tripling the overtime cost is not what I think we intended when we did the budget for 2013. So now we're looking at 2014, where we're going to hire 3 more, and our overtime costs are still not going down. And that's one of the things that's very bothersome.
And actually, if you include the special revenue fund overtime, it's more than triple.
I know, I left that out. I know, I'm aware it's there.
Can I clarify one thing about how the overtime was budgeted? If you take the 6 divisions of the fire department, the year-end estimate for 2013 is $1,885,000, and the 2014 proposed is $1,709,000. So that $176,000 reduction is because of the 3 personnel that were delayed in hiring this year for Medic 16, because they started in August. That 7 months was reduced from the overtime budget next year. That's the only difference between the 2013 and 2014 estimate. So we did take that into effect. And it takes 6 paramedics to run a medic unit, so that the 3 in 2014 would complete that Medic 16 hiring, and so they would need overtime for that medic unit. Is that right, Chief?
That's correct.
And maybe, yes.
Well, I guess, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound, at what point do you say, if we've got $1 million, would you say $1.7 million in this thing?
$1.7 million.
in all the various departments. I mean, do you hire 6 instead of 3 and, you know, try to drag that number down because now you've got, what's the magic? 3 is a magic number because it completes Medic 16. So what if you added incremental staff to try to push that number back down towards 1 million?
Chief, maybe it would be, I don't know who you want to have present it, but maybe we could go through some of the uses of the, what has driven overtime costs. Because it's not just overtime in the core of the chief's off and I'm backfilling for him.
No, I understand, it's
So,
injury replacement.
Yeah, and that's a
so forth.
significant piece of it, which is injury. We have an
But
older.
it shouldn't, that theoretically shouldn't,
We're not looking to drive the overtime to zero.
right.
What
No,
we're
no,
looking to
but-
do is we had a 2013 budget that kind of had an assumption in there. And at least when we look at 204 and 55, I mean, you're looking at $1 million increase plus the staffing increase.
Yes.
So it doesn't seem to tie up very well.
No, I hear that there is a desire to reduce line 6020 significantly. On page 55, no doubt. What I'm trying to do is, rather than just pick an arbitrary number, is if there's an understanding about how that number is derived in terms of where overtime is driven from, then maybe that would help the council arrive at a number that you want us to aim for, and then that's the challenge to the chief and I, is to manage the department and hold within whatever that number ends up being. Or you could pick that number and we'll try to manage within it and update the council as we get through. We definitely learned from last year that we weren't gonna, that's why we proposed the budget the way it is. We don't have an assumption of reduction in overtime, and there may be other factors that actually drive overtime higher, even with the reduction of having those 3 FTEs on duty.
Then go back to the issue, though, of, well, I can wait, but I mean,
No,
so if it's 3, so why not 6 incremental FTEs in order to push that thing down?
because your cost, and I believe it costs you about $50,000 more per 3 set of new FTEs over the reduction in the overtime. So you're looking at a net increase of long-term expenditure, not, so the FTEs cost you more than the reduction in overtime
Okay,
by about $50,000.
that's the metric you guys are.
Yeah, I don't have the math of
Repeat
how.
that one more time.
So when we looked at adding the 3 FTEs and looked at the reduction of the overtime and the relative, and the differential between what you get in the reduction in the overtime with the cost of the FTEs, which are long-term liability because they're FTEs, it actually cost us $50,000 more. So you see a reduction in the overtime line item, but
Each or-
in total for those 3. And so you, so, for a year. $100,000 a year? So, but it's just changing the line item, so the salary line item is going
I'm
up.
sorry, so instead of 50, it's 100, right?
Doug?
The fire department did an analysis for 2012, and it ended up being $122,000 difference. So there was a savings in using overtime versus hiring personnel. And they looked at it a little bit, 2013 as well, and there was still a cost savings of $33,000 for half the year.
So
So-
what is the average cost then, with all the salary and the bennies and whatever, per,
You have the
Person.
per paramedic cost.
I do not have the per paramedic costs. There's,
it sounds like a whopping amount, and those guys don't look like they're getting that much. Right?
I think it's $100,000 salary and benefits, rough number for a paramedic.
That's what we've been using.
Like a new one?
That's what we've been using.
that's a big,
It's $100,000.
benchmark.
Yep. So what you're doing, going back to, Jerry, to your question, is you're reducing the overtime line item, but you're increasing the salary line item by a greater amount. So,
But that's just gonna, I mean, that, how do you factor in the fact that if you, part of the, I guess what I sort of understood or thought I understood maybe was that the overtime issue ends up being exacerbated because you've got your thin staff. So in other words, if you've got people that are, I I don't know if stressed is the right word, but if you're stressing the system because you're.
And I believe that has not been what we have found in our experience. It is not as running short-staffed and then people get injured more. I'm looking at the chief for confirmation. But we asked that question associated with things like sending them off to wildfire. And then while that in and of itself is repaid by the feds, you still in theory are running those who are left on a higher overtime, higher chance of
You're on
injury.
call versus off
But that is not what we have experienced. So that hypothesis would, at least in our experience, has not panned
So
out.
does that imply that the overtime numbers, then, there's no correlation year to year in terms of what's gonna happen?
That goes back to seeing what the data-driven, I think that's an accurate statement, yes. There's no correlation on an annual year. You might have a hip replacement and somebody's out. Somebody else, has a injury off the ladder. Somebody has an off-duty or an on-duty injury. I mean, there's a variety of things, but a lot of it is in just, we're human beings, we get injured for it. And they're not at a desk job. And they don't tend to sit at desks at home either, so, because it's both on and off duty. Chief?
It isn't so much injuries caused by working overtime. I think what we have seen, and we haven't seen a lot of it so far, but what we have seen is because there's so much overtime, so much need for overtime, that we're actually not wearing the firefighters out, but we're tiring them out, so they're not signing up. That's what we're starting to see, that even though we have the money, even though we're trying to hire for a particular position, there are times when we can't because they're not available, because there's been so much. That's what we've seen. That makes sense?
Well, so yeah, I guess I can understand that, but it then comes back to the issue of, I guess, recruitment and pipeline. I mean, if we're constantly having the level, if we're in this situation where you've got a lot of people that are, burnout isn't the right word per se, but yeah, the system gets stressed and they don't want to do it quite as much because they just need a break. Then, what is the process for keeping the pipeline full so that you've got fresh folks that are ready to step up so that we don't have this kind of, overage?
Well, actually, we've had the approval to do that, and we've done that, in fact, we did it this last year, as far as pipeline, as far as putting extra people, if you call them extra, through the academy, so they'd be ready to replace those that have been leaving. The example I would give you, and that is that we have 3 firefighters that are in the retirement program and will be leaving in September, next September.
Okay.
It'd be advantageous to get 3 paramedics trained up before they leave, and that would positively affect the overtime.
So is that in here?
We can do that.
What is the highest use of overtime, Chief?
I'm sorry?
What contributes most to the overtime?
Injuries and sickness.
So a percentage, give me a percentage.
I think I can. Randy, could you do that? Okay.
Looks like we'll get that for you, Jerry, and have an answer shortly.
Shortly as in like soon?
Like as in, he's walking to get it.
Thank you.
Phil,
He's walking carefully.
do you have another one, Jerry?
No, that's good.
Phil?
Somebody keep an eye on that guy.
Okay, knowing we've had a couple of years of unusual wildfire, at least relative to history, all sorts of arguments on whether it's unusual or not. What I don't see, Doug, is the revenue item for reimbursement from the feds on when we send someone to a wildfire outside of the district.
That's in the grants fund,
That's-
and we are fully reimbursed for that backfill and any overtime that are associated with that wildland
Okay,
fire.
so is that what has driven some of the 2013 numbers?
No.
Okay. I'm going to kind of throw some numbers out that I think might help us in some of this. I mean, I'm okay with hiring 3. I think the 342 should be a direct offset to the overtime, and I'd like to see another 100,000 or so reduction in overtime. And so there'd be a 442,000 reduction, whether it's on page 55 or 204. You know, that's the art that you can go through. If it's somewhere else, I don't know, but would like to see that reduction, so we end up with a net 100,000 reduction, even though we're approving the additional positions.
Okay.
Bruce?
And I'm going to agree with that, but I guess what I'd like to do as well is, we're getting into the details here, and I don't know that, I mean, that's not what my intent is, but I will say, Michael, I think the numbers aside, I agree with Phil on the numbers for the purposes of preparing the budget, but I think this whole issue of pipeline and, you know, the chief is saying he's got 3, I think he said 3 retirees next September, so the optimization of staffing the pipeline and how many FTEs relative to, you know, those numbers, I mean, if you guys are using, if we're using rule of thumb numbers, I think we need to go back and re-scrub some of that and make sure we've got a legitimate detailed plan in place that says, here's how we're gonna handle this, because this is a big issue. I mean,
Yep, I hear you.
you know, not just the staffing, but it's the stress on the system, it's the overtime, it's, you know, what do we really need to keep this thing, and we need to be looking down the road so that the pipeline is getting filled in advance of things happening that we know are gonna happen, so that we're not waiting to run an academy in May when we thought we were gonna have guys on in January, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, all right.
I hear you. So that would have that increase, if I did the math right, Phil, not the increase, but the net between the two line items at 1.258 million, down from 1.7. And Chief, I'm sorry, Randy.
Hi, I'm Randy Glanville, captain with Littleton Fire. We did an actual year-to-date, this was in May, of the 39,000 leave hours that we had accrued, 11,400 was for vacation. Next largest was 7,700 for alternate duty, folks that are injured and offline. Then comes sick leave at 6,600 hours, and vacant position at 6,300 hours.
Vacant position.
That last number was what again? I'm sorry.
6,300 hours for a vacant position.
Vacant, 63.
That's the pipeline that Bruce just
Right.
spoke of.
Yeah.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I'll make a quick comment if I can. Bruce Lebsack's our Director of Finance, and he sent an email to Doug and to Mark here, asking some questions about the overtime budget. We believe that it's extremely conservative, the number you have in there, that your actual overtime expenses are going to be quite a bit less. And I don't know, you should probably identify a number that you want cut tonight, but I think when we get the answers to those questions, we'll be able to identify where it's too conservative.
And Terry, it wasn't necessarily, but somebody was asking the numbers that we would throw out, and so I'd say throw out and hit the targets. If they want to comment when we have the rest of the budget process, then we can hear more.
Okay.
I mean, this is not a final vote tonight, but I'd like to hear a lot more, but I figured I'd throw out some target numbers that kind of had some reason.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Is that-
Other comments?
Yes,
Jerry?
so the 7 retiring in 2014, and then the 3 new guys are coming in, or women, coming in. It won't be a direct replacement for those 7 that are leaving, because I presume they're gonna be folks who've been around a while, and maybe they're the officers, whatever heck. So then for plus we're gonna be hiring 7 more to replace those guys. Somewhere along the line, we're gonna hopefully get those folks.
Correct.
So this is over the last 2 years, so that we had the 3 last year that we did eventually get filled, and then these we're hoping to get filled by January 1, is that right?
budgeted full year.
Yeah, okay, so January
Budgeted
1,
full year.
if it's budgeted. Is that going to help reduce the vacation portion of this, you think, or
No.
in any way?
But vacation,
It really doesn't do anything to help us there.
yeah, you still,
Does they get
it's not gonna
vacation
help.
also?
No, but as far as someone else coming in to fill in with regular or straight time,
Fire is on a, if I may, Chief, the fire is on a step system for benefits, and so it's pretty set on those costs. And the differential, you might see a slight reduction in vacation use, but I don't think it's going to be significant in that. You might see, and even the step for the salaries, I think it's a 3-year, step them up, so you see potentially a 2-year reduction. But I'm not sure that that's, I mean, I don't want to minimize it and say it's a rounding error, but it's not going to be a significant shift in the salary, regular or overtime associated. I guess, just to kind of move us along, so there's a proposal on the table of a reduction of 442, and Phil took that at the 342 offset of the 3 FTEs, and then picked another 100 as a proposed reduction on that. I don't think that Doug has had a chance, Terry, to review those questions from Bruce. But certainly we're going to pass them out to Councilman Stallman, and we can send them to the entire council. But if you want to move forward with that as a proposal, and then we can respond back, and if there's additional comments or direction between now and first reading of the budget, we can certainly make those amendments at that time. So this again would be 1.7 as proposed to a reduction of 442, which has us between those two line items at $1,258,000.
Okay,
I see.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'm in support of the 3 additional FTEs. I'm just troubled that the presumption is that city council is going to be able to solve the overtime problems in the fire department, which seem to be fairly complex. And I'm hesitant to have someone leave the room thinking, well, there's the solution, I guess we'll just move forward with it. The solution needs to be coming out of the fire department, out of the staffing. There needs to be a study of the different causation factors. I've heard none of that. We've just assumed here that by hiring 3 people, we're going to reduce their overtime problem. Their overtime problem is very serious, and I think it's presumptuous to assume that this council can solve it. So I expect a whole lot more out of the fire department to solve that problem.
Bruce?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think this is a bogey. We're basically setting a target. We're encouraging them to hit, and I think any and all, people at the table should be bringing solutions forward to try to, make sure the system and the staff and the team gets what they need while managing as best they can to a number that's consistent with, the overall direction we're setting. So, yeah, I don't want to I'm not trying to solve it either, but I agree with you. There needs to be an awful lot of work put forth to make sure that it is, the root causes are addressed. So I'm supportive of it.
Jerry?
I tell you, I'm so confused by this. I need a line chart on what was just said over the past hour. I presume we do need the 3, and I don't have an issue with that so much. And you're right, we can't solve the overtime problem. If I did, I would literally need a line chart to show me where everything's going. I'm a little concerned that we were so far off target last year on the OT thing. And we're thinking it's gonna be better this year. I don't know, I'm a little nervous about this.
Phil?
directionally correct, don't understand how to do it. That wasn't what we're asked to do from a policy level. And Bruce, in dealing with some of yours, I'm just looking at the commentary that said the staffing of the other 3 for 16 came from overtime. And so that's where the 342 side's coming out, and overtime's probably a little bit more, and so I'm putting a bogey number out there. And I realize exactly what you said. Overtime as an operational item is something the fire department needs to take a look at, and we'll leave that charge with them. But from a budget perspective, this gives them some direction.
Jim?
I said a while ago, we're hiring new personnel, and I just think we need to see a reduction in overtime because of that.
Are you okay with the 3?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And then I'm okay with the 3, but I completely agree with Councilmember Beckman on the overtime issue. I look at, 2012, we weren't expecting it then either. And it's a trend, it's a trajectory that isn't, it's not being corrected, doesn't look like there's improvement being made, and I think it's not, we don't have a bottomless well of money. And if there is, we don't want to cut back on any of our city services in terms of our first responders, but there has to be a better way to manage the way that this money, that this overtime is being handled. And I'm sorry, John, but your answer about we'll do our own academy, I've got $67,000 in there, and I'm gonna need 3 more guys here and 7 there, and I think there needs to be a better plan for that. And if we're paying $7,000 for someone else to do it, and there's nobody out there training right now, and we need training, and there's got to be somebody running an academy. I mean, I think it just needs. I feel very uncomfortable that it's not more buttoned up, and it feels to me like it's loosey-goosey in terms of we'll do that. They need to be trained. We need them on the lines, giving the authorization to do that. And I think it needs to be clean, neat, fast, and within the budget. Partners, do you have any comments? Okay. Are you guys good?
Yes. All right. Policy question 11. This is an itemized list, and we can take it, I think last night you took it as a whole, but does council support funding $1.965 million of fire projects out of the capital projects? Oh, I'm sorry, we did, Doug just pointed out to me that back on that last one, we did apply for a SAFER grant. We'll find out whether we get it or not, and I know Councilmember Cola had been concerned last year of what that tied us to, and it does not require us to keep the FTEs beyond the duration of the grant. Same concern we have as well. So how do you want to do this, Mayor? You want to go, these are little Roman numerals now. Thanks, Doug. 11AI. Aye, aye. Aye, aye.
Okay.
Do you want, just?
Yeah, I
do
think
council-
go down.
Just go down each one, all right. So we have 31,000 for a mobile data terminal, I can speak. This is a continued replacement of the MDTs in the vehicles. 18,500 for replacement of,
So,
I'm
but you
sorry.
know too, because I said replacement is not an expansion, and so I think you all said that you would change the wording for that,
oh,
right?
and this is an expansion of an internal service delivery? Yes, we'd be happy to change that. 18,500 for replacement of the records management system laptops. Again, scheduled replacement. Would you like us to change it there too, Peggy?
All of the ones
I'm
that
just
are-
being smart now. We'll change it for you.
Ha ha.
Lighten it up here. This 630,000 for replacement engine 15, this was the one that we had proposed to replace last year, and the district had said, we had proposed an early replacement on it, and the district said, thank you, no. So we are now proposing that it be replaced on its regular schedule. And we have the mileage and all the exciting detail in there.
So,
Yep,
I mean,
I was waiting.
yeah, no, that's great, thanks.
I'm here for you.
Well done.
People helping people.
Yeah, it's what it's all about.
Get to the question.
Right.
We were on schedule.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we're doing great.
I repeat, get to the question.
All right. So, I guess the question ends up being the standard mileage limitations or hours of useful life. And these are set, is Alan Brown setting these, the fleet manager? Are they set by the manufacturer? Are they set by the fire department?
I think it's a conjunction, fire and fleet, but
Well, and so, I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I guess somewhere in here it says, okay, if you run it longer, you're gonna start seeing some sort of increase in, obviously, maintenance and operating expenses. So, how much more? I mean, is it, are we getting, I don't wanna run stuff that's 20 years out of date.
But Alan has his recommendations in later in the.
No, but they're standard, and so I guess the question, his recommendations are standardized timings on when things should be replaced, and I guess the question is that, we're pretty comfortable that that's applicable to every piece of equipment regardless, or do we look at each individual piece of equipment and say, you know, this one's in fairly good shape, we can get another year out of it?
So we actually do the latter there, and
Okay.
just so the council fully understands, Alan and I sat down, I remember if Doug joined us, with the department heads that had vehicles, and we did exactly that. We looked at every one against his standard replacement, looked at what the maintenance costs had been, were we seeing an uptick in those maintenance costs? And we did that for every vehicle. I know Charlie joined me for that as well, so.
I was going to do a point of order on this one. We discussed this last year.
We discussed a lot of this last year.
This one, this one, so.
Okay, but
Okay.
At length.
yes, to answer your question,
All right,
detailed
okay, all right.
analysis.
Please
So.
proceed.
That was good.
All right, and then the 700,000, this may take a little bit of explanation for the self-contained breathing apparatus. So our equipment is going to be out of date and end of life by the supplier by 2017. But we need our equipment to be interoperable with our partners, specifically South Metro, which I believe, Chief, is who we run a lot of calls with, so that the equipment, we can pull it off of their truck, they can pull it off of our truck. We've all been applying for grants for this, and we really need to be following each other's leads for whether or not we buy it this year or we buy it next year. And we don't know whether we're going to receive those grants or if South Metro receives those grants. So basically what we're asking for is the appropriation of the 700,000. We may or may not expend it depending upon what the region ultimately does with the purchase and replacement of these. Jim?
Are we allowed to charge for utilization of this equipment whenever it is outside the boundaries of our three entities?
I'm guessing those are on auto or mutual aids, Chief.
Well, I'm thinking specifically of Chatfield, that Chatfield Reservoir probably has as much demand for this as all the rest of our lakes in the three entities put together.
Councilmember Taylor, this is the self-contained breathing apparatus we use for structural firefighting.
Not dive
Not the
equipment.
dive.
Oh,
Yep,
read that
not
dive
dive
team.
equipment. Nope.
okay.
It's not the scope.
No,
But the
this
same
is their
question still
tanks.
applies for the dive team.
This is stuff that starts to go
Can we
beep, beep,
charge
beep,
for
stand
out-of-district, from the three
We
entities?
charge for out-of-district
Actually, sir,
calls.
I think we do charge
That under
out of
mutual
district
or auto.
for going to Chatfield.
We do charge for dive? There you have it. And obviously, if we move forward with acquisition of the equipment, we would come back to council and let you know that who had bought it, who had gotten the grants, and why we're moving forward.
Has South Metro, they already have the new equipment?
They do not. They have
When will
applied
they
for a
have it?
grant.
Okay.
We don't know. That's part of the problem, because we're all trying to get grants, dollars to help offset the cost. And I don't know, Chief, if you have anything updated, but last we had heard it was, we've all applied, and we're really kind of if we pull the trigger, South Metro might have to pull the trigger. If South Metro pulls the trigger, we might have to pull the trigger type of thing. So we just want to be prepared in either case. And obviously, we need you to appropriate the full expenditure amount.
So what's creating the need for 2014?
That if South Metro moves forward, we need to have interchangeable equipment, so we would
But if
essentially
all
be
the
driven.
equipment is the equipment still usable?
Correct. Yeah, it's going to be end of life by 2017. But there are grant dollars available, so nobody's waiting till end of life.
Okay, so
We're
they're
going
only
after those
available
grant
now.
dollars. Well, we don't know what's going to happen in 15 or 16 for it, so.
Okay.
Grant dollars from the feds?
I don't know where the grant, are the federal grants, Chief?
FEMA grant.
FEMA grants,
We'd be
yeah.
going into.
So just because it's available, we're looking to go spend some money? I mean, our federal government's in dire trouble too. I mean, all we're gonna do is help out.
No, I thought last night we decided we weren't going to talk about the feds.
You decided.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Forget you're elected.
No,
You
no,
can
that's
do
right. You
what you
said
want.
something else. You said sequester.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I won't do that.
Maybe it
No,
wasn't.
it again comes back to if our partners in South Metro move into this equipment, we need to be able to share that equipment if, on our call, because we jointly handle calls together, so we need to have that equipment.
And I'm
So,
assuming there's more than one type of equipment that does the same thing, right?
manufacturer, you're saying?
Yes.
There is, but what we're going with is that Survivor? Scott's, one of those Scott's.
So, but I would think then before this group of folks goes out and buys anything, as I always go to, I want to see bids, I want to see, sole source justifications, why we're going to go to these guys. I mean, just because somebody likes them, I want to know all this stuff. If there's other available sources to procure stuff.
We can certainly do that.
And I don't want to do it, just because these other guys bought it from there, so we're going to do the same thing because we're stuck with that. That's unacceptable to me, to just buying stuff without justification.
And the biggest
And we've
justification
talked-
would be.
We had this conversation before, and I don't want to have this one again. We just go buy stuff because that's what we like to do. We got to get better at this, man.
I don't think we've had the discussion, but I've heard the discussion. But we certainly will look at compatibility.
One of us
when
does
we're.
remember a discussion on this.
We'll make sure of that, Jerry.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, then I have a question. So if this group and this group and this group are buying, if we all bought at the same time on a bid, wouldn't we do better, get a better cost?
We
Sure thing.
certainly,
You need to speak
that's
in your
certainly a
mic a little bit
possibility.
better.
Pardon?
Mike.
Sorry. Whoop.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
did you hear that, though?
I heard it. I heard chief, I heard everything. Yeah, bulk buy them would certainly be better, but
Bruce?
Yep, Chief,
We can share this one.
I get radio compatibility issues amongst various departments where people are on different frequencies or things don't work the same. But if these are the self-contained breathing apparatus, aren't there standards for these things? I mean, what's incompatible between ours versus South Metro?
I'd have to call a friend for that one. But there are,
you don't have any friends, all right?
I guess I don't, other than you right here. Wow.
Like I said,
Yeah, thanks. There are so many different kinds of manufacturers, but yes, they do adhere to the same standards. That's what's changing this, is the change in the standard to upgrade not only the connections, the electronics, those kind of things within these self-contained breathing apparatus. And in order to continue that compatibility with the neighboring department, and especially within our own department, we need to jump on this collectively. And that's why I say that, yeah, if we could partner up with another department or two, it certainly might make sense economically. And we're looking at that too.
This isn't state standard stuff? I mean, there isn't, the state doesn't set is that a no? Or are you talking to me?
Sidebar.
he's ignoring you like,
Oh,
No, you're having a.
I've been talking to my
Continue,
wife
please.
again. That's fine.
almost break time.
Go ahead. Yeah, no worries.
Peggy, did you have?
I think
So,
that- I
so
think
we
we got
will
it.
attempt to buy in bulk, and we will be bidding with our cohorts in crime, and hopefully we'll get the grant. Okay, moving to page L. Roman numeral 5. 500,000 for the replacement of the communication center radio console. Chief, you want to speak on a little more detail on this one?
I don't know about the detail, and I'll have Doug
There you
Terry
go.
step up with that one, but as far as the funding, we're also looking at Arapahoe County 911 Board for
Oh, yep, thanks.
some possible funding with the consoles.
we're exploring grant on this one too.
Do what, did
I
you
would
say?
do-
Are we exploring grants on this stuff as well?
Yeah.
And,
What does that look like?
Bruce?
I just have a question on these big dollar items that are going to extend out over a period of time, like this radio console. Does it make sense to do a lease purchase, as we've done in the past with some of our big dollar items, and then spread it
I
out?
have obtained information on lease purchase for us. Currently, we're looking to the Arapahoe County 911 Authority Board actually to fund part or all of this, but need to put it in the budget just in case that funding doesn't come through.
And it's end of life, I'm sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, go ahead, and that's the point, is if we get funded, that's first best option, but if we end up having to absorb it, there really is an advantage to that lease purchase with these low interest rates. I mean, it's almost economically sound.
We'll always take a look at that option. That's a very good idea.
So someone will do a cost analysis then?
Yes, that's correct.
Peggy?
I have a question in terms of things, can people hear me now?
Not really. Speak up, man.
Man, I'm right here in front of it, jeez. Okay,
Is it not
Tiny
working?
voice.
I sound like I'm screaming. If we get things through grants, but we've approved a budget, then I'm not real cheerful about the thought that we approve potentially $400,000 of things that then we get grants for, but because we've approved it in the budget, theoretically then it can get spent on other stuff.
no, I mean, two things. One, we still need you to appropriate the funds so we can expend them.
Yeah,
And then the
but-
revenue offsets the fund. So regardless, we need you to appropriate in this 5, if you so choose, we need you to appropriate 500. The
No, I
question around the
understand
grant
that.
is
I
just on the
understand that
offset.
piece. But if we
for
get
that.
the grants, that money's still appropriated for somebody to use.
No, the grant goes into a revenue line item. The expenditure is what we're asking you to appropriate. You get an offset, but we don't get, say we get a grant for $500,000 on it, that goes into a revenue line item. This 500 doesn't just sit there, because what we're asking you to do through the budget is the appropriations, and that's what's here. Does that make sense?
The net.
Yeah, so we don't get to spend the 500 from a grant. That's a revenue line item coming in. We don't get to spend those monies. That goes into the pot, if you will. What you're appropriating and allowing us and authorizing us to expend is what's coming out of that pot, the 500,000.
And
So it's not a double dip.
So where does the money in the pot go? It just
Sits there.
stays in the general
Yep.
fund?
It's ear
It
tagged for this.
it makes that incredible amount of interest rate and that Doug's collecting for us right now.
Oh,
That would just help the fund balance in the capital projects fund.
okay, I just,
Yep, no, good question. More on that? We've got Doug here if there's
so
questions.
that's,
Oh,
so
I'm
that's a
sorry.
little bit along the lines, when we get reimbursed for the overtime from the feds or whatever, we have to actually
We're still
receive that
appropriating,
money, right,
correct, yep.
yeah, okay.
Yep, you can't do it as a
Thank you.
pass-through direct cost. You've got to have an appropriation and a revenue, expense and a revenue. Bill?
Okay.
Okay, are we done with that one? Because we've got Doug still here if you want questions on the radios. Nope.
Next door.
Okay.
Michael?
Well, I was going
Stymied
to
here,
have,
yeah.
in 1A, which has, that's the bulk of this item. As we look at capital expenditures in this area related to fire, what kind of downstream projection of needs do we have? And are we looking at this so that, is the $1,880,000 on this, is that large, small, medium in comparison to annual appropriations that would be needed to support capital needs for Littleton Fire?
That's correct. We look out 5 years for our capital improvement program, and that is in the budget.
I missed the page then.
224.
220.
Yeah.
Oh, it's past.
223 is where the CIP starts, and 224 is where the 5 years of fire capital projects are proposed. And so actually, in the next 4 years, 2015 to 2018, there aren't any fire engine replacements or medic unit replacements, which are some of the large items.
So this is, we're looking at pretty much a one-year large blip, supported by some minor elements later.
That's true. That's what it looks like.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael?
Okay. And then, as Phil pointed out, that was 1A, and then B, 1B is finishing the work for concrete replacement and repair at Fire Station 11. And then C is, as we, I think, have told the council, we eliminated one admin position and repurposed that, it's our word of the year, to a new fire cadet position, and we're asking for that person to have a vehicle at a cost of $40,000. And we have the breakdown of what drives that cost.
Question
Yes,
on
sir.
the concrete, is it station 11 or 12? 11? Because, I mean,
11.
what's the issue?
We've got Spalding with the you want me to step?
Yeah.
Fix your hair, you're gonna be on TV too, man.
At Fire Station 11, we've got Spalding of the concrete. We replaced that concrete 3 years ago, and that top layer of concrete is starting to flake off. Before that gets to a point where that driveway is no longer usable, what engineering's recommending is some type of top coat that goes on top of that. The discussion was, can that be deferred till 2015? That's actually the recommendation coming from the engineering department. They are testing this top coating down at the service center, and they would like to give it a one-year trial period to see if it's going to actually work.
Wait, say that again. You were saying they want to defer it?
The engineering, Councilmember Cole asked if this project could be delayed till 2015. We did check with Bob Dietz, and he says that would be appropriate to delay that if the council chooses to, because that way it gives them a chance to test that area at the service center.
So there's no danger or
Okay.
safety issues if it's deferred?
That's correct.
What does it cost to replace? If it's 45 just because it's Spalding, what is it?
When we replaced it, it was just over $100,000,
And that was when?
3 years ago.
3 years ago, it's on Spalding?
I've got.
What they're thinking that possibly the cause of that is some of the de-icers that are used in the winter to keep that driveway from icing up. It is a sloped driveway for the apparatus to get in and out of the station. They're thinking that could have something to do with causing that concrete to fail.
Salt? You guys?
It's the liquid de-icers.
Yeah, okay.
And there's no,
Maggot's doing it to my driveway, too.
what's the warranty on it? I mean,
Warranty's already expired.
well, why don't we defer it if it's, we don't need to spend it, we shouldn't spend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll reduce capital by the 45,000.
Okay.
B. B.
B.
B is in boy. I don't know who said D, but it's B. All right, and then in the budget highlights, the one that I really want.
No, I want to go back to C.
So anyway, in the budget highlights,
What?
sorry, Mayor. Yes, what would you like to ask on C?
So we eliminated a position. Did that position have a staff vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we're bringing in a fire cadet for that position, which I think is a great idea. So why do they need a $40,000 new vehicle?
Certainly needs a vehicle. One of the purposes of getting a cadet is to make deliveries to outlying stations. Right now, we utilize a fire engine or a medic unit to make those deliveries. It certainly makes more sense to have this cadet make those deliveries in a smaller, more efficient vehicle than a fire engine. And that's why we're asking for it. Are you asking about the
deliveries do they
$40,000?
make?
I'm sorry?
What deliveries do they make?
Medical supplies, firefighting supplies, air bottles that need to be filled, those kind of things.
Bruce?
I mean, there's plenty of delivery services. Why don't we just, can't we contract with somebody to run stuff around as need be versus having a cadet do it?
The other purpose, that is one of the things that the cadet is doing. The other thing the cadet is doing is filling in at the front office where we lost the administrative assistant. And so it's dual when the administrative assistant needs help at the front desk with permits or with phone calls or those kind of things, we have somebody to plug in there. When they are not doing that is when they're going to be doing these deliveries using this $40,000 vehicle.
Chief, do
Oh,
they need the radio lighting and equipment? Does it needs to be decked out with lights and sirens?
One of the reasons that we no, they don't. One of the reasons that we equip that way is in case one of our division chiefs needs a vehicle, or we put the four-wheel drive vehicles in a station for our snow plan that gives the responders a four-wheel drive capability. And if they do that, they need the license sirens. It just makes it more universal.
Bruce?
Chief, in this discussion of this vehicle, it says it's what's required to pull the life safety trailer and other equipment, and I'm picturing a trailer with bottles and regeneration equipment and those kinds of things in it. Am I wrong? Because it seems that that's something that has to get to a large fire scene, and I'm interpreting that that's how you're going to do it.
That'd be one of the functions of this vehicle, is to pull that. And the life safety trailer, which is not non-emergent, but to public safety events, these kind of things. Yes.
Okay.
What pulls that stuff now?
Either the safety officer's vehicle, if they're available, or we go down to shops and steal a vehicle from Charlie when they're available.
Council, other questions? Bruce? Did you? I'm not going to support that. See, I think we've got vehicles sitting in these parking lots all day long. They're replacing a position that didn't need that vehicle. This stuff's been moving around and getting transported. I mean, clearly, just fine for years. I don't see, I don't think you've sold me on the need for a $40,000 vehicle.
Yes, ma'am. Is it the price or the vehicle?
It's the price. I mean, I think I'm not sold that we need to buy a brand-new vehicle with any bells or whistles. If this recruit, and I'm not arguing that the, what's he called, fire cadet, if the cadet needs transportation, needs to get around, needs to do stuff, I think we have vehicles. I mean, if we don't, somebody needs to tell me we don't, but I see them sitting around all over the place. They may not be fire vehicles, but a Littleton truck, could they not drive that? I mean, if this is crazy, tell me. It's crazy. Bruce?
Well, it says that, it says the cost of the vehicle is going to be shared with the district and the ranch. I mean, what are your respective thoughts?
We're fine with it.
You're okay with it?
I don't think we have a problem.
Peggy?
So we'd be looking at less than 14,000 if we're sharing that? Is that right?
And
Third, right.
gas and insurance.
Our share would be 12,000.
I'm not liking to toss money around, but I think I could handle that.
Bruce?
I think you can handle it also, but that does add on to the cost of fleet operations. There's maintenance, there's all kinds of overhead, there's the cost of a mechanic.
Insurance.
You know, so insurance, and it all
Gas.
sort of does add up. And I understand it's a split, but just, we need to be aware that adding a new vehicle has impact. I would have preferred to see the recommendation to be to repurpose an existing vehicle, but I'll go with this, with great reservation.
So could we
Bruce?
get, so as a question for our final budget, can we check with Alan about the availability of something that could be
If-
repurposed?
Well, we discussed it. I mean, if the answer is no, we will find a vehicle, we will make do. But for the versatility, for the use of it, we're making a request to have the vehicle. But if,
So clarify more then. So I mean, you're saying we can make do, but are there
you're limited, it
instances
takes
that-
time to go, so Public Works does have vehicles that are sitting in the lot. And so if
That
this
kinda
person
make
here, you know,
As a-
walks over, gets that vehicle, it's not a dedicated vehicle
No,
for
so
that person,
apart
so
from
there's a
that,
limitation.
if we're getting maybe something else that could then be reassigned, do we have any reassignment kind
We
of
do
stuff?
not have any reassignment. This would be continuing to share the fleet. I mean, to the mayor's concern, we have a large fleet, and we do have the ability to move those vehicles around and use them. These are not, I mean, obviously, the specialized vehicles are only used by them, but Public Works has a lot of vehicles. It's a time and, I don't mean this to sound flippant, but it's a time and convenience to have that person, if they've got to make a run to 3 or 4 different stations, to say, that's your vehicle sitting out there, you run down, you get in your vehicle, and you know, you've got, whether it's, you know, you've got hose in the back, you got tanks in the back, you got whatever, and you go make your runs, and you don't have to worry about,
But then it could also be used going out into terrain in an emergency.
if,
For
yeah,
other
if it's
stuff.
got lights and sirens on it, you can, when you say the
Well,
word
that, but I
emergency.
mean, even the all-wheel drive,
Yeah, but so can most of the Public Works vehicles that are 4-wheel drive. I mean, it's again, it's an ease of fire having that particular vehicle housed at their location.
I support it.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'm not ecstatic, but I'll go along with it. I guess it does suggest that I kind of assume you guys are actively managing the fleet. I mean, if we really do have a lot of equipment, I shouldn't say a lot, but if there's equipment we're not using.
Yeah, and a lot because we have 450 employees and we do a lot, not because they're all sitting there parked there, but
No, I
because of
understand.
the demand and the
Just-
service delivery.
Yeah, and I think Alan does a good job on overall fleet management, but it's obviously something that we don't want to be spending if we don't need.
We look at all our vehicles every year,
Okay.
underutilized
I know.
in terms of mileage, if we're not using them, or hours, if it's tracked by hours of usage, and we go through and do we need it, do we need to retain it, cost of maintenance, all that type of thing.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Jerry?
I voted yes.
Jerry?
So see, this vehicle is used for a lot of things, I mean, emergency situations too, because I think you mentioned gear, Michael, so it has like gear in it always, right? Cool. Well, I would definitely support this for emergency services. I think we may need to look at the fleet, and it'll make it tougher on the fleet, trying to get something from me, but I think for emergency services, I have no issue with this whatsoever.
Okay.
Phil?
I'm going to presume an analysis was done on the fleet and with the one part of, that I'm hesitant on is fire cadet should learn the systems and all the paperwork that's involved and the red tape that might be involved in getting something out of the fleet and depriving them of that learning. I'm going to make it, with reservation, I'll support this.
Yeah.
We don't have red tape. right.
I'm sorry,
Sorry, we
it's
didn't
the
get
fire
to-
department, is it dark blue? Is that what your tape is?
Jim?
Well, having a vehicle to run around in is much cheaper than having a fire engine or a medic unit do the same job, just in case there's nothing else available. So I would support the vehicle.
That is a factual statement. All right. Primarily for time, obviously, there's a fair amount of budget highlights. We can answer any questions that council has on that. But what I really want to point out is the last bullet in the creation of the internal fund. So I've been talking about this for probably over a year. And essentially what this does is, and I'm going to use the term little f fund because it's not a legal fund in the capital F sense, but it's intended to be more accurately reflect what the revenues and expenditures are within the fire system. I think it creates a better focus with our fire partners that it is a contract for service and it's a partnership and there's not revenue coming into the general fund that kind of gets lumped into that. Ultimately, we'll make the general fund look substantially smaller when you take out what's left, and we have to figure out how to normalize some of the percentages that we've been using around FTE counts and percentage of FTE costs and all of that. Doug, I don't know if you want to go into the detail of it, but I think this is a really good thing to be able to pull it aside and be able to show revenues and expenditures associated with fire.
I think it just gives us a good depiction of all the various divisions that the fire department has and consolidates all the costs and the revenues and the sources that go to support those programs. So you can see we can break out the expenditures by function where we have operations, the medical transport, and then the capital. And then you can see where the revenues, the contract reimbursements are coming from by entity. So it's a good depiction that we can show the council and the public every year.
So,
I appreciate the fire partners in this, and
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to express my gratitude for the council this year, and Michael specifically, stepping up and becoming partners rather than owners. And we really do appreciate it. I mean, you know, we contribute a lot. $6 million is not chump change to us. And I think this year really shows a marked improvement in the relations. And I want to thank each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll echo that. We think it's a good partnership. One thing we're really looking forward to is the standard of cover study, too.
Yep.
And to see that we continue to provide excellent fire and emergency services. Thank you.
thanks, Terry.
thank you.
Take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Boy, you guys have, you're invited to stay for the rest.
Yeah.
I thought that, no, I thought.
was fun to let.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. So policy question 12, does council support contracting out for engineering plan review by funding an outside contractor? This is a relatively small dollar amount at $20,000, but as the policy question states in there, we want to make sure that we're retaining a high level of service. We don't think we need to add additional staff because we think the current trend of projects will not continue at the same level over a long period of time. But certainly for 2014, we want to have that flexibility to outsource if we need to for engineering services.
I'm fine.
Jim, anybody?
Right.
Bruce?
Okay. Policy question 13, does council support improved public notification for construction and special events by purchasing 2 additional message board signs with trailers? So you guys have probably seen, we have an older pickup truck right now that has one installed on it. You see it over here on the drug take-back days and around when we've got other projects that are out, construction projects. What we're proposing at $35,000 to get 2 additional message board on trailers that we would tow with the fire truck that you just authorized, and use the fire cadet to move that person around. No, obviously I am joking on the
Very
latter.
funny,
so-
Michael.
But we,
You're going to send these to the disaster recovery site.
we're not going to, okay, so
I just want to know whether, when the vehicle says, someone's learning how to drive, whether the fire cadet vehicle is going to say,
yes. So we think this adds information and safety for construction projects. $35,000 out of capital projects. You guys good with it?
And it also can be used as general information, which is very
Correct.
good.
Absolutely.
Yes, yep. Yep, we're going to loan it to CDOT and Englewood on the train tracks up there when theirs wears out.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The one that says the.
Slow down,
that it
45
needs
mile
repair.
Yes, and has for several years now. Policy question 14, does council support improvements to update the Littleton Center office complex? We've got a couple requests in here totaling $244,000 out of the capital projects. The first one is the HVAC system, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning at $50,000. This is just for the study and engineering. It has not been updated since the building was built. The capital project itself of implementing the HVAC system would be substantially higher on that, but we need to have that assessment done in advance.
Will the study evaluate going with energy efficiency, like solar and that sort of thing? Will that be part of the
No.
study?
We had solar energy panels on here for 25 years. They worked for a while. No, we are looking at using state-of-the-art computerized HVAC system with controls that can be operated from a tablet or a smartphone. As some of you may have noticed tonight, it started out a little warm, then it got cool. We have to call somebody in to operate a computer in the equipment room in order to change it. That thermostat on the wall does absolutely nothing. It's there for appearance only. So we would change this whole system. You can go play with it as much as you want, Jerry.
Oh, Jim?
But I think technology is advanced enough that you still could do some of those things you just mentioned with some energy efficient apparatus as opposed to doing.
Energy efficiency, yes. Solar energy was what I was responding to. We were not going to
And I'm
consider that.
including solar in that.
Well,
I've been attending a lot of COSIA meetings, and so I will forward some information.
I don't
to
think
you.
there's an employee in this building that would not say, in the wintertime, it's cold, in the summertime, it's hot. And we have fans working in the summer, we have heaters working in some offices in the summer. Some of you noticed in the council chambers a week ago today, it was cold.
I don't think I've ever worked in a building where there are people said it's hot
Yep.
And when it's cold, you know, that's, I mean, that's true everywhere. It's part of a design of a building.
So a lot of this is we have revamped the building, we've moved walls around. We've never done a comprehensive review of where the ventilation systems are, where that new wall has come in. And this is really looking at the existing system itself, where the ducts are, how it's going to be operated, what's automated, what's not automated. It's not revamping the entire infrastructure of the system necessarily. We have a boiler system in place. It's how it internally operates throughout the city hall building.
Well, I will say,
That was not for emphasis.
I understand, Michael. I will say that I would rather approve $50,000 for a study that tells us what's needed and how much that would cost than to just have a big, huge six-figure number saying, you know, this is what we think we need to do, and not even have that happen over the period of time that we expect it to happen, which is, we've seen that in the past, so I will, you know, compliment that that's on there and that as a study, essentially. Bruce?
I missed some of, Jerry, maybe what you said, just because I was reading through this, but I,
It was important. I'll never say it again either.
yeah, so I'm going to apologize in advance if
Online
I,
and watch it.
well, it was insightful too, so I may repeat it.
Winning
just-
lottery numbers for tomorrow night.
We have periodically had fun with the governor's energy office. There's no grants or anything that they'd come in to help look at a study on this. I mean, I remember Johnson
Right up.
Controls coming in and sort of futzing around with this stuff. Is there anything down that avenue that makes any sense to explore?
Not with Johnson Controls, but I have not pursued anything with the governor's Office on Energy.
Yeah,
We haven't done that yet.
I will tell you, those grants are pretty well dried up, and
Okay.
they're, I mean, not that we couldn't look for additional dollars for, there's probably not for the planning anymore. Those are even rarer than anything else, but in terms of future construction and implementation, we can certainly look at it, but those days are pretty well
That's
gone.
fair. Okay, all right, just asking.
Yep. Other,
Bruce has a question.
I'm sorry.
I do have a question.
Peggy?
Whoops, Bruce had his hand.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Well,
Bruce. Oh, Peggy.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Okay, so A, B, and C, I'm looking at A, B, and C together for just a particular reason. Are those going to be coordinated so that we don't
Yes.
have they will? So we do them in the right sequence to make sure
Yes.
that we don't, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
That would be like paving a street and cutting it open.
Well, I
Yes.
know, but sometimes
been done.
people do that, so.
Not on my watch. Bruce?
I just want to pitch again the idea that if we had a building fund of some kind, and we knew that there was an annual amount of money that was allotted to keeping the buildings and going, and that it was up to then the managers to find ways within that amount. There are private entities out there that establish the cost of maintaining private buildings by square foot. There's all kinds of information, but I think that would be a great starting point for us to move forward. I think when this council sitting here and they had the roof fall in on one part of the building,
During
you know, it
budgets.
indicated kind of a lack of planning, and I think, I think what we're missing is that planning, and planning comes with funding. Sometimes planning doesn't come first. So I'd like to see us move ahead again on similar to what we do with fleet. It's very similar to that, and it's done often with buildings.
So let me just take a moment to let council know, we purchased a asset management software called Bigfoot, and we're in the process of entering all of the pieces of equipment on the buildings. Dave Stacy and his staff have been doing exactly that, Bruce. And what is the age of the piece of equipment? What's the expected lifespan of it? What's the expected replacement cost of it? And going even broader than that, you guys have heard me now for almost 2 years talk about the need for capital replacement plans and capital projects in all departments within the city. And we've gotten to, I think, ahead on that, and that's going to be a key focus for all the department heads and certainly for Public Works in 2014. But that one in particular is in process, and ultimately, all the equipment down to irrigation, where the heads are and how old those heads are and what the replacement is will be in there. So Unfortunately, it's manually and intensive labor to just get that data in. But once it's in, we'll be updating it, and then we'll have a much better idea of annualized capital costs, to some extent going back to Phil's question about capital costs in the fire department as well.
Jerry?
And I'm on A. So $50,000 to come in and tell us, do a study on our building. Don't we have engineers within the city that can do these kind of things?
No. We
They
are
can
not,
come into my house and tell me when builders are building stuff. Why can't they walk
we are
around
not
here?
structural engineers. And this is an HVAC system that needs specialists. This building was opened in 1977 with probably 1960s HVAC system in it.
And you were
now
working here at that time too, weren't you? I mean, what you?
I resemble that remark.
Yes, you do.
The answer to your question, Jerry, is no. We do not have the expertise to do this work. We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Phil?
You would chew in.
I'm going to assume that there's some discussion of the potential for a design build, so that we don't necessarily commit to the build, but the design could offset some of the build cost if that's what's.
It is something we can look at, yes.
Anybody else?
Everyone good with it?
Everybody okay?
All right, B is an office space remodel. It lists human resources in the city manager's office at a cost of $44,000. So the desire is to, so we eliminated one executive assistant position in the area of the city attorney and city manager's office, and then we will be adding an FTE in the marketing and communications department. And we would like to move the city clerk, which is 2 FTEs, over into that same space. I think that'll improve the communication between the clerk's office, the attorney's office, and the manager's office. And so we've hired an architect this year to look at some of the drawings and present us with some options. We don't have that yet, but we're estimating about $40,000 to move the walls around. They're relatively can't think of the word right now. Modular, thank you. And then that would also free up space within HR to expand their ability to hold files, personnel files, confidential files as well. So,
I thought they were going to all electronic.
in a perfect world,
Yeah, but we
we'll be
approved
moving.
that last
Yeah, in a perfect world, they still have, you've been over to the HR department, even if you got 3 or 4 people crammed in those areas and have some space, and if you want to go in and talk to an HR person about your benefit plan, you need some private space. Yep, and they're, yep, yep.
It's insane.
Jim?
Jim?
I had a note to talk about this when the fire partners were here, but I overlooked it. But I'm still very interested in trying to rebuild Station 11 somewhere away from this building for efficiency's sakes, and allow them to get to their responses in a more timely manner. That being said, that space can be used more efficiently as city functions. In the fire budget, there was a considerable expense to put something to an off-site place that you couple that with what we're looking at spending here. It just seems to me that moving Station 11 and repurposing that space for expansion of the fire department and bring everybody in-house and bring anybody else that's out there in-house would be a much better utilization of our money.
And thanks for bringing that up, because I meant to say, and Terry mentioned it right at the very end, looking at the standards of coverage, because part of the outcome of that study should be, or will be, looking at station location and is there a need to move stations around to optimize response time for it. Even if you move that over and utilize the space and you bring it from the lease space off on Mineral for the plan review folks and bring them over here, because you had asked for this as part of the budget, so I wanted to let you know that we took a detour because of the standards of coverage approach. But I really don't believe that that would drastically change the desire to have, we may move other people over into that area, and we might expand office space across into where finance is right now, but I think keeping that kind of core area of the manager, the attorney, and now proposed as the clerk, even at the end of the day with expansion, makes a lot of sense in that area. You know, it can't foresee the ultimate future of it, but I think all of those are far enough down the road in terms of having capital money to move that station. Some of the other issues that are out there around the fire department right now, looking at our capital costs, our capital needs, this would be a benefit to our service delivery, especially to you guys in terms of packet quality, timeliness of the packet, some of the disconnects that we've had. It seems a little silly, and we're not that far away, but I think it would be enhanced.
I look at the COPs that's being paid off this year and the next couple of years, and just replacing that with another one would probably not greatly increase and may not even be as much as what we're spending now.
Because of rates, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, along those same lines, I do think at some point we are going to have to pay more attention than we have to dispatch.
Yes.
Because that has been, in my 6 years, that's always been sitting there, that's a problem. First couple months on council, we got a tour of it and was shown all the.
You didn't all get to go in at the same time.
And so there is a safety and health issue over there, and I think there's just simply a working conditions. They have a tough job as it is. So I think that, and part of what Jim, moving people around and having space for that. So that needs to stay at some level. I know it's expensive, but.
It's an entire building utilization.
Who do they call if they have an emergency? Just a question.
I don't know.
It's an entire building utilization study.
Yes.
So looking at all the departments within the city and bringing everybody in-house and where they best would fit and how they would fit together. Because when somebody comes in for a building permit, they get here, they go upstairs, they come back down here, they wait in lines perhaps in both places, which would be a lot more, I think we could be a lot more efficient.
We're helping them take a walk, so it's providing a health benefit.
Okay.
It's not there. They like worry about on our insurance.
Are we okay with B? All right.
I'm surprised 44,000. I mean, we did some work at our house a while back, and it wasn't 44,000, it was a lot more. So to do what you want to do, 44,000?
That's our original estimate. It may change depending upon what the final design looks like. But again, these are the walls were originally built to be modular for it. They're a different diameter than current construction standards, but if we can,
Makes it a lot easier then.
yeah, if we can do that, and we probably won't have as much glass. The glass system is, that kind of fishbowl is costly, so some of the offices may not have as much of that see-through glass on it, but.
Open
all right.
types thing, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool, thanks.
And the last C here is $150,000, which is an estimate because we don't have a plan yet at this point, but it's a city council redesign. Some of the ideas are, we have a older system in there in terms of the pit, as we've termed it, walking down to the Lions pit for whether it's citizens or developers or anything, and potentially bringing that up. Certainly want to replace the chairs and potentially do a reorientation of the entire setup and work on the acoustics in the building as well. So we'd be hiring an architect to assist us in the design, talking to, obviously, you guys, other board members that utilize the dais, so that we get all the setup for what you want in terms of long-term usage of there. You spend a lot of hours sitting behind that. And then making sure that the public has a good seating arrangement and is welcome to come down and speak at the podium. Yes, sir.
And just in case nobody's told you, we've already filled in that
Yes.
pit.
No, I've-
At least 2 steps or if not more.
Yeah, I can't imagine when you were actually in with the Lion, when you walked down
was
into
lower?
that, so.
It was lower.
At least 2 or 4 steps, yes.
It was 2 steps below.
And part of this would be making sure that, you know, we get out and we look at other chambers and see what's working for them and talk to other municipalities about what's been successful. But we really feel like it's time. We know it's a substantial amount of money. It might end up even being more than this, but we think it's something that's well worth it. It might be a multi-year construction. Once we figure out what it is, we might pay a little more to try to fast-track the project because you guys are using it on a regular basis. But both from a citizen kind of welcome and availability and approach, as well as, again, for you guys having more state-of-the-art equipment and access to being able to not have to look at a television stuck in a thing down in front of you. So lots of ideas.
Yeah, and I think you're on the right track. Just the other one was, you talked about the acoustics, but also just maybe, you see a lot of other council chambers where they have video.
Yes.
Substantial, bigger video monitors so people can see what's going on, so we're not having to do that.
And that's the type of thing that
Yeah.
might jump this 150 substantially. We at least want to get the infrastructure in.
Right.
Conduit available, and then we can add to it. But, yeah, there's no reason that we shouldn't be providing that is where you're doing the work of the city is in that room, and so we should make it available and accessible and readable
Definitely.
for all.
The accessibility issue is a problem.
Peggy?
So you said seeing what works for others. Make sure you ask them what they would be doing different, even though it looks way better than what we have. Be sure to say, boy, what would you do different from this
You
setup?
would certainly do that.
Yeah,
What
thank
works,
you.
what didn't.
Thank you.
Everyone good?
Yeah, I would just also add that I think, taking a look at where Doug sits, I talked to Doug about that, not because of this, but it's,
This dog up here,
yeah. It's real tight, and there's not a lot of ability to move around. We really are, I think the last public hearing was an indication of how much the public is embracing using electronics in the meetings, and so it's definitely growing. And I also think that one of the things that while we have cameras stationed around, there's enough limitation to that. And so if those guys had a little bigger area or a catwalk or something like
Okay.
that, I'm not gonna design it, but I think play that in here. I actually am really glad to see this is happening. Over the last couple of years, just watching the struggle, people struggling to get down there and then struggling to get back up. And this is used for a lot of other events. It's really a room that the community comes in and uses. And when the Immigrant Initiative had their naturalization ceremony, it was challenging for a number of people to get around and to move around in there, and then just limited seating too. Just kind of ran out of room. So anyway, kudos.
All right. Policy question 15, does council support the following transportation projects? I'm going to let Charlie talk about the traffic signal at Broadway and County Line, which is the first item on $100,000.
Yeah,
John?
Council, we have an approval from CDOT and the federal government for a grant to improve that intersection with a new traffic signal and then add double left turn lanes for southbound traffic to turn east on County Line Road. I do have a drawing if you wish to see it, but on the other hand, I've kind of described what it is. And our contribution to that would be $163,000, which is just a fraction of the amount that is necessary to do the work. The project is in design, it's ready to go. If this is approved, we will move forward very quickly.
I have a question about the double left turn. It's a double left turn, you're headed south on Broadway, double left onto County Line, east onto County Line?
Yes.
So are there any plans to extend that second lane then on County Line? Because you start dumping a bunch of traffic there, then you've got people trying to merge over pretty quickly too.
Yeah, I actually brought plans on that. Again, I'm not thinking it'd be a good idea to show it all, but there is a plan to extend or widen County Line from Broadway all the way to University, extending those lanes. That's a $15 million project involving Centennial, Douglas County, and Arapahoe County. Our share of that would be 10%, 15%, I'm sorry. And so we would end up spending over $1.5 million if that project is ever funded. It's being led by Douglas County at this point. Our share of this project for just the double left turn would carry that traffic up the hill towards Wilmore Nursery, and then it would merge back into one lane.
Bruce?
So there's been consistently, in that particular location you just described, a lot of concerns by the neighbors regarding some sort of traffic mediation at Phillips. And I know you don't overtly want to put a stoplight in there, but I mean, is that can that be part of, can doing something there be part of this?
Not part of this, because this project, realizing we have CDOT and federal money involved, doesn't go that far east.
Yeah,
The
but
project I described to you, the widening of County Line all the way to University, does include a traffic light at Clarkson and County Line Road, which would give people in Oak Brook, Kensington, and that neighborhood another way to turn left onto County Line Road, although Phillips is not the designated location for it.
Yeah, but if the double left turn here is increasing traffic flow onto eastbound County Line, isn't that gonna cause even more aggravation at Phillips?
I think the aggravations is that it's going to, we have just more traffic in County Line than, the street can handle. And I'm not sure this is going to add a lot to it. What this also does is bring 3 lanes across Broadway going north, across County Line going north. So traffic coming out of Highlands Ranch, there would be 3 lanes then all the way to Mineral Avenue. And if you'll recall, and you'll see in one of the next items, a study on Broadway. Well, let me answer your question directly. No, this does not include anything up there at the Phillips Avenue.
All right, well, I guess, yeah.
No, we're not proposing that in this project.
All right,
It
so,
would be a separate project that we would have to fund and study to see what could be done to minimize the problem that has occurred at that location.
I know, and just from a safety standpoint, so yeah, maybe if you can just put that on your list of things to do, that'd be great. Because I think it is important.
It's always been a safety issue. The concern has been the volume of traffic to warrant.
No, I understand.
A light. That's,
On Phillips.
yeah, from Phillips.
So with this project, what you'll get is a brand-new traffic signal. That one that exists is the oldest one that we have in Littleton with the old span wire across the street. It would replace all those wires with mast arms and poles. It would provide a dual left turn southbound to eastbound as described, and then 3 lanes coming north from Highlands Ranch across County Line Road. That's what this project would do.
And it doesn't include the gateway sign.
It does not include, no.
Do we need to get the Historic Preservation Board on those wires, or?
Not at that location, Jerry, no.
Can you
All right.
reuse are you gonna reuse the lights, or are you just
No,
gonna?
those all get replaced. The actual lights
On
themselves are
eBay.
not terribly expensive.
Well, no, because I mean, at one point he talked, we had a conversation about moving them elsewhere in the community.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
No, we don't use any of that stuff.
Okay, council, all right with A? Anybody have a?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, B and C are both feasibility studies at an anticipated $100,000. So this goes back to a question or the discussion at, I think it was during the rezoning of Meadows and looking at the traffic implications or the existing traffic at Mineral and Broadway. And just so council understand, I mean, both Broadway and Mineral Broadway and Santa Fe are state highways, but because the state is in a world of hurt on its capital projects, really the only way, if you aren't already on the STIP, which is the list of strategic transportation initiative projects on the state level, you're not going to get there for years and years and years to come. And the expectation that the only way you start to move that forward is you pony up some money first. And so what we're proposing here is that we do some studies on both of these, because the state really has no money for studies, and they've got such a backlog of projects that you're not going to have any opportunity to do it. So while these are state highways, we believe that the only way that we're going to start to see some study work and look at some alternatives of what we could do to improve the traffic flows in there, is to fund those ourselves and then take those opportunities and those suggestions to CDOT and push hard to get ourselves onto the STIP and get some funding for those projects.
Let me make one correction. Santa Fe is a state highway, Broadway is
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry, yep. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and that's, so the Meadows issue, we had this conversation, and basically, I think, Charlie, you said that about the only thing that could be done is some sort of a merge arrangement from Mineral onto Santa Fe, which there was no money to do. So I guess my question is, I guess I don't quite understand what this is buying us. So if somebody does a study and says what Charlie just said, that there's some sort of merge reorientation of that intersection, but we're not gonna get, if that's the only solution to it, which is sort of what I heard from the Meadows conversation, and that just gets us on a list, that means we might get funding in 2020 or 2030.
Well, but you don't have any opportunity if you're not on the list. And
But you,
so the
you
traffic, so
have to do the 100 to get,
yeah, the current funding at the state level is such that you don't move in, they don't have planning dollars right now. And so they're, again, because they're so backlogged on the existing projects that they have. I mean, going broad on this, I think you know that there's a group, MPAC 64, whatever, that's looking at trying to bring in an additional, I don't remember the number, $350 million a year, whatever it is, for transportation funding, because it is, we can't maintain the existing structure, that system that we have, and yet the system continues to be overloaded. And so what's happening is the folks who are getting the money and it being able to compete to this are the ones that are walking in not saying, we need planning dollars, but are walking in and saying, this is the supported plan by the local community and their elected body, saying, we want to get on the list, and we push for dollars. And some of these are more flexible dollars. Some of them are capital, just like GOCO, there's different projects, but you push yourself up. But the STIP is a long laundry list that's been out there for years. But if we, some of this comes back to, we probably should have done this 5 or 10 years ago so that we were in place, but perpetually waiting and then wishing that something would happen.
I think there's clear, to me, there's the whole Santa Fe flow issue, and then, of course, the cross-town traffic on Mineral at Santa Fe is clearly, it's bad.
Correct.
So I can see that one. I guess I'm a little less enthusiastic maybe about Mineral to Broadway, because I don't, or Mineral and Broadway, it says all the way to Littleton Boulevard, but I mean, I don't, you can disagree with that. I don't see that as being equivalently bad as the, the situation on Santa Fe. I don't know that we need to do two at the same time. Maybe we do. I don't.
Bruce, let me address if I could address the first point. On Mineral and Santa Fe, I'd like to have somebody else come in here who has extensive transportation experience with things like this and give us a fresh eye on it.
Okay.
An example of what could occur, and a gentleman came to City Council one night suggesting we do something at the northeast corner of Mineral and Santa Fe to encourage traffic not to wait so long making a northbound turn. There's a way to do that. There's a way to improve that situation, but we need somebody with fresh look at it and say, here's some new ideas, let's try these. Okay. And then go to CDOT, as Michael described, there is a waiting line. We did this years ago when we did the Santa Fe Safety Improvement Project. We funded all the feasibility and engineering studies, and we came up number 1 on the list after that was over, because we were what they now call shovel-ready.
That's right.
And that's where we want to go next. Now, on Mineral and Broadway, it's a totally different situation. Again, that's 100% city street, at least as far north as Fremont Avenue at the old Marathon facility. And the question is, what would it take to widen that street and do improvements in order to better accommodate traffic, at least as far as Dry Creek or Fremont Avenue? North of there, it's a mess, because we only have half the street. City of Centennial has the other street.
Well, the street is bad, but is the traffic flow doesn't strike me as being as
It's
substantial.
not nearly as bad as the one on Mineral and Santa Fe, that I will give you. So if I had to pick one or the other, I would definitely pick the Mineral and Santa Fe location.
The thing is with the Mineral and first, I support both. I do have a question on how we got to the nice round number of 100,000, but the situation at Mineral and Broadway ends up being, if you fix County Line and Broadway and you fix Mineral and Santa Fe, you have the intersection, the next intersection point that, if you don't take a look at some of that in context, is going to be the Mineral and Broadway intersection. So to not address it almost as a group is, I think, going to be problematic. I was there's other planning grant opportunities, but they're probably 10 years down the road in something like this. At least that's the input I've had on this, and so I think that currently have about 4,500 jobs in that little section of Mineral, and as we look at possible additional development along some of the elements of this quadrant corners of that, that's the only part where I'd say and I have a later question on the design competition potential at Mineral and Santa Fe, that Mineral Station, but to include in some of this, we have about 150 to 200 acres of yet to be broken ground in that area, and it would be trying to make sure we're looking far enough down so it's not all of a sudden we get some of these things and then you look up the Broadway corridor and we've got Littleton Village too, so that's why.
Okay. All right.
Other questions or comments?
Just 100,000, why did we come up with?
Charlie pulled it out.
Picked it out of the air.
Okay.
Just an estimate number on my part to say a feasibility study with a good engineering firm might cost that much.
And it's just, the question is almost to take a look at how all they come together, and I don't
Yes.
know whether that's something staff can do to integrate all of that.
Just a comment, piggyback a bit on Phil. I think that in terms of the Mineral and Broadway, I think going north on that is good, all the way to Littleton Boulevard. I mean, just in terms of economic development and what we, would like to see go on over there, some things that we're talking to businesses about. I think that having a plan for that major corridor is smart.
So I do have a question. So that intersection at Mineral and Santa Fe, how much each side of that might be looked at? The reason I'm asking that is, I think it was a little before 4 o'clock, about a week and a half ago, I was going west on Mineral to turn and go up Jackass Hill. And the traffic was backed up to the Highline Canal, just about.
It was a good day.
Peggy,
Well, I know.
Peggy, I'm having a little trouble
Sorry,
hearing you. Could you
sorry.
get that close to your
Well,
mouth?
trying to look one way and talk another here. Okay, I don't want to talk out of the side of my mouth. So, most people were behaving and staying out of the bike lane until they got close to where it said you could do that. And there was a bicyclist that I passed as I started approaching the Highline Canal. And some dude came from somewhere behind, screaming down that bike lane, because I assume he was going to turn and go up Jackass Hill. So the point being, I mean, that's fairly early in the afternoon in one sense for that traffic to be backing up like that. So I'm wondering, is there any consideration in what you're talking about with that larger intersection that would come back up the hill a bit?
I don't know, coming back that, we've had a number of complaints about that. Westbound traffic driving in the bike lane from the Highline Canal going to Jackass Hill. And I've alerted the police department as to the time of day and days that that occurs. I happen to live in that area, but I don't know the answer to that question. And, we'll have $100,000, and we haven't even given consideration as to how far the project will go, and maybe the engineer says, I can help you do things. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I knew you were aware of that, but I had thought myself, well, geez, there's nobody in there. Why don't I just pull over sooner? But then again, cyclists coming through don't need to be playing dodge-em with somebody who decides to pull over there. It was kind of scary.
Don't do it if there's a police officer in the vicinity.
Or whatever time you end up telling the cop.
And don't do it.
Let's move on.
No,
Okay.
Peggy, are you?
So you guys good with A, B, and C?
Yeah.
Thank you. 16 is, does council support funding for the Littleton Community Trail, $500,000? This is now out of the open space fund, and I'll let Charlie go into the details of this.
Council, Phase 1 of this project is in two parts, and we'll start construction next month, October. It is from Prentice Avenue south to Slaughterhouse Gulch, and then from Lee Gulch north to Ridge Road. Those two parts of the project can stand alone, and the event council does not wish to pursue the other in-between part of the project at this point. That project has funding available from South Suburban as well as Repo County and ourselves. But the part in between, especially between Littleton Boulevard and Ridge Road, is extremely difficult to do and involves railroad license. The railroad has agreed to let us on their property to build the trail. There's a lot of steps to jump through, a lot of hoops to jump through in order to get to that point. I will tell you that, in my opinion, we should extend the trail south to Littleton Boulevard and then hold it, and not go any further until we can get clearance from the railroad and some other parties to help us on that part of the project. But the two that are under construction in October are standalone trail projects that will work totally without being necessarily connected to the other parts if you decide that this funding is too much or you wish to delay it till another time.
Charlie, how much to go from Slaughterhouse Gulch to Littleton Boulevard?
It's about $250,000.
So half of that?
Yes. And it includes a bridge over Slaughterhouse and then a trail up on, some of it is state land board property to Littleton Boulevard.
What are the complications in that part?
Getting state land board to give us a reasonable price to either license or lease their land for the trail. They want us to lease the entire property, including the art depot and the parking lot. And they would prefer, actually, for us to buy that whole parcel.
I'll second that.
If we did, we could build the trail immediately. And it would stop at Littleton Boulevard, which personally I think would be a good ending point, at least for a while.
Then it's connected to the edge of downtown there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just,
It actually, at some point, we could extend it then under the railroad and go along Slaughterhouse Gulch into Geneva Park.
Bruce?
Charlie, I just have a procedural question. I'm very concerned about the Highline Canal and some of the trailheads and opportunities there, but you haven't listed them in any of these 8 items with open space. Was it your intent to have it be included in the one that's the 1.5 million?
It could be, Bruce, that the Highline Canal Working Group is still working on a number of issues along the way, whether it's signage, safety, underpasses, and other opportunities. And I don't think we're ready at this point to present a number or a project. So, you know, that's, if you have a placeholder number that you want to use for Highland Canal projects, that would be it, right there.
I think that's what, this $500,000 is, I'm wondering if that's where a placeholder might come for the Highline Canal and then limit, as you're discussing, the construction.
I have no problem with that.
I'd really like to make sure we don't lose track of the Highline Canal in the next year, because I do believe there's going to be some opportunities. And I'm not sure where this is going to end up, because I think there's still these questions that need to be resolved, but being able to connect the northern part down along that gulch would be, I think, an ideal thing. People do try to walk that today. It is a shortcut. It's just not improved.
Yeah, you can walk it right now.
Yeah.
Phil?
Well, just to echo Bruce's comment on the Highline Canal, I know they haven't adopted projects, but there's big issues with regard alternate irrigation. I mean, it's not just acquisition of land or anything like that, but it's alternate irrigations and tree replacement that need to be done kind of thoughtfully, and the sooner happens, the sooner we might be in a position where our kids can actually see the trees mature.
Charlie, who would do the work on this? Are you contracting someone to
Oh, yes.
make this trial?
Yeah, we have consultants working with us on it.
Was it a crusher find or a cement?
Crusher fine, Cheryl?
How wide?
I believe it was either 6 or 8 feet. There's a part of it that is concrete, Mayor, not all of it is crusher fine. An example would be from Littleton Boulevard north to the Art Depot would be concrete, so that it could be used by people in the wintertime if they were to park, for example, on the State Land Board property and walk to light rail, which is 8 minutes. The rest of it is all crusher fine.
What did you say was 250,000?
See again?
What did you say was 250,000?
If we were to go from Slaughterhouse Gulch down in the gulch itself, across the gulch and up the hill past the Art Depot to Littleton Boulevard.
That becomes a standalone, right?
Yes.
Right. So,
Well, it's a connector to the Phase 1.
well, yes, but can still stand alone.
Right. The extension, though, means that we'd have some sort of solution with the State Land Board. How difficult is that?
That is very difficult. They want to sell the property. It is, they have a price on it, and they have to put it out for auction. They've done it in the past and nobody bid on it. There were no proposals, and they have asked us if we would be interested in submitting a proposal to purchase the property at their price.
I would just point out, and Jim has a question, but one of the things we would need to make sure, because we're purchasing that entire thing, is you probably couldn't use open space funds for all of it. Because if you're having a parking lot, and that parking lot is used for, whether it's...
Trailhead.
Well, no, it's not a trailhead. It's used by LPS, it's used by Buck Center Overflow. Charlie's walked it because we're looking at it as an overflow on RTD for the park and ride. Those are not open space related uses, I think, by any kind of straight face. So we'd have to figure out what that ratio is in there, unless we were going to lock it off and really make it open space, because we still have an expectation about. I just want to put that out there, that dollar percentage we'd have to figure out between the open space component and that utilized under other uses.
Jim?
I would like to see us at least undertake an analysis of buying that property, because my understanding is that there is some long-term lease assigned with LPS for part of that, and how that would impact what we're doing. Because if they put this out for auction and somebody buys it and says, remove the Art Depot, because now I now own that, or we want $100 or $300 a month rent because it's sitting on my property. We've got lots of problems to deal with that. So let's do an analysis of what it would take to do that, get some costs in there, and then plan for what we want to do next.
How long has the depot been there, do you know?
I can't hear you, Peggy.
How long has the depot been there?
Since 1975.
So I'll talk to you outside of a meeting about that. So I support our trying to do as much of the trail as Charlie thinks is feasible. I just think this is a really important project for many reasons, so.
I didn't hear the last part.
I said I support doing whatever Charlie thinks is feasible, because I think with the trail, I think this is a really important project. So.
Bruce?
I'm in favor of it on that northern side. I think it would connect the ball fields in that area down through to the main part of town. I think right now, that's Slaughterhouse Gulch. People are making their own trails through there now, so I think just from a public use point of view, it may make a lot of sense.
So the 250?
Yeah.
Okay.
50. Peggy, you were at the 5? You were at the 500?
Yeah.
Okay. Bruce?
I have reservations about the 500, because there's a lot of, I like the project, I do, but I think there's some other projects that are in here that presumably are higher priority, and we're not overtly sure how much could be involved. So for example, I think the river enhancement project would be a higher priority than this project. Not that this, I think this is a good project, but with everything that's on the plate here, it strikes me as a bit full. I can go along with the 250. I don't know, I'd prefer to hold off on the full 500, I think.
Okay. Jerry?
I think now is not the right time to do anything with this right now. I think that 500 is a lot of money, 250 is a lot of money, and with our future, crystal ball looking ahead, it looks pretty difficult. And I think right now is just not the time for us to do this. So, no.
Phil?
I would be, or I am supportive of the 250 finishing down to Littleton Boulevard. The complicating part is what to do with the State Land Board. It's almost like that's a separate issue of sorts. It makes this one easier on one front, but I think having the opportunity for overflow, parking is good, and I understand we can't use the open space for the parking component. But, that might happen when it happens, and we'll figure out what the answer needs to be on that front. But I think if we can find some way to get over that hurdle to finishing the trail, at least to Littleton Boulevard, brings it into our unique space in the city.
Are you at 250?
Yes.
Jim?
In response to Stallman's question, I'm assuming that any of these policy questions in here that have a dollar figure with it, that there is money available to fund it at the request that's in the budget.
That is accurate.
So I will go with 500.
Okay. I will go 250.
So
Four vote for 250.
Okay. So we'll take it to Littleton Boulevard.
Okay. And I just want to chime in. I agree with Councilmember Stallman in that
But maybe.
I have some trepidation about moving forward with a lot more of this trail in terms of, we've got tons of gaps where we don't have right-of-ways, we don't have easements, we don't own the property, and so doing too much and then getting stopped and having to spend 2 years trying to figure out how to move forward is not on my list of things I wanted to do. So I think this is a nice little connection, and then maybe we can move on. Okay. 19.
17.
Damn.
Nice try.
Good call.
And paying attention. Just,
Excuse the mayor's French.
yeah. Does,
27, didn't you?
does council support funding for the Euclid Playground, $100,000 in the open space fund? And this is one that we, at a meeting of the council, Charlie presented it, we had a GOCO grant application. Council put in $25,000. I think Councilman Valdez was opposed to that, if I recall correctly. The grant was approved, but not for the amount that was there. So the combination of the reduced grant amount and the cost of actually creating a playground, which, if you guys don't know, playgrounds are incredibly expensive. And we're also trying to make it for the future and not recreating the past, has upped that, as well as ADA costs associated with that. So we are asking for the full $100,000 to cover the difference of the cost from the grant and the other partners.
This is a classic example of no good deed goes on. Okay. Questions, comments, thoughts? Bruce?
Well, I don't think I can support 100. I think the schools, and we've done this, I forget what the other one was, did we give, we gave some money to East? Yeah, okay. I'd be willing to chip in 25. I think the schools, there's incredible overlap in terms of the quality of life for the community, in terms of the neighborhoods, the city, and the schools. I want to support them. I think we're partners with them. 100's a bit over the top, but I could do 20 or 25. I think they need to throw some more skin in the game, too.
So I just asked, just so council knows, I asked Doug, because we weren't going to carry over for this year, so essentially we have 25 appropriated in this year. Would you support 25 in addition, or are you saying stay at the original 25 approved?
I would go so far as to say an incremental 25.
So 50, this would be
You got
appropriate
20
50.
Well, you got 25.
We do a carryover for 25.
Right,
and-
you've got 25 for
and
this
net
year,
50.
I'd say 25 for next
Okay.
year.
Jerry?
No, I think we've done 25. I think that's plenty, so it's a no for me.
Phil?
I'll go with the 25 incremental.
I agree.
Peggy?
Okay.
Bruce?
Single 25.
I'm sorry,
The
Bruce.
single 25.
The one we've already
The
done.
one we've already done.
So we have, so that wins.
Yeah, 4.
I'll do the single.
Still passes 4-3. In case you, I'm just.
For how much?
For 50, 25 carryover from this year and 25 for next year. I was just concerned because you thought we were on question 19, so,
Thank you.
yeah, I'm here for you, as well as Councilman Stallman.
What do you got?
And you too, Jerry. And all 7 of you equally, with love. Policy question 18, does council support funding, should I even read this one after the last conversation? Funding for the Centennial Academy Playground at $50,000. And so this is a request from LPS to upgrade the playground at the Centennial Academy.
Where is that?
It's at Berry Avenue and Irving Street.
It's Centennial Elementary.
Does it say that?
Yeah, I'm just,
There's a softball field there. You might see lighted at
Not
times.
far from Danny Deets.
Okay, okay.
So that's reduced from the original one in our fat book.
Peggy?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. What is on this that we got a couple days ago
Oh, there it's
is
Berry
less
Irving.
than
Sorry,
is
didn't
in
see
what
it.
we originally got.
Yes, it was 75,000. It's actually only $50,000 being requested.
Yeah, we had a typo in the
Yeah.
question,
It's 50,000.
Okay.
but it's not a reduction, it was just a typo. We had it budgeted at 50.
Comments? Bruce?
No, I was just gonna observe, if we did 25% on Euclid, I'd do 25% of 50, so 12 and a half. I mean, I know it's,
I'm kind of torn on this thing because there's a pretty big movement throughout the country regarding fitness for kids and turning these antiquated playgrounds that really are no longer safe on many levels. And the kids don't enjoy them anyway, and so they don't play on them. And we've got the land, and we've got stuff that needs to be fixed and changed and moved. Arapahoe County went back to their drawing board and came back and said, well, you can use that open space to do this, which was quite a leap from what it was originally intended. It is a tax from the citizens of the county. And, you know, we talk about being a family-friendly community and kid-friendly and safety and that type of stuff, and playgrounds are part of that. And playgrounds are really coming back into being a lot more of a neighborhood amenity because they're being redeveloped and redesigned. There's some incredible redesign that's out there, and it's, you know, incorporating education and stuff like that. Plus, these are really year-round outdoor activities for the kids, not just for school time. So I'm kind of torn. There's a part of me that feels as though it might be, and then maybe I'm overreacting to seeing two of them back to back on the budget. But maybe to have a little bit bigger perspective of what playgrounds are out there, what are there, you know, what could we possibly be looking at, and do we need to have some sort of a program? And I know it's not our responsibility to do it, but if they're going to keep coming and asking us for money, I don't want to get nickel and dimed and give them $12,500 when they need $100,000, and then it doesn't happen, or it's mediocre, or it seems like it could be a bigger benefit to the community if we had a little bit more thoughtfulness with it. Jim?
When you look at the demographics for Littleton Public Schools, there are 3 schools that are of much lower income by the parents who send their kids there, that being Field, East, and Centennial. And if Centennial can raise $25,000 from a demographic that is not earning very much money per household, I think we ought to be able to go $50,000 to support that effort.
Okay, so we've got one at 50. Peggy? 50. Bruce?
50, and just to justify it a little bit, there just isn't a whole lot over on that side of the river, and there just isn't a lot. And I think that means that this is a need that needs to be met.
Bruce?
I'll go, yeah.
Okay. We've got enough. You want to weigh in 50?
No, I was gonna say 25, but you don't really want me, it sounds like.
No, we're counting your vote. At least you put in 25.
I do think the neighborhood does.
You were hell no on the other one, all right.
I wasn't a hell no.
Yeah,
It's
you
just a no.
were.
But yeah, on this one, the neighborhood could use something, certainly.
Phil?
You're saying 25?
Yeah.
I did.
To make it comparable to 17, it's 25 plus 25, but they're both in this year.
He's yes on 50. I'm yes on 50. 19.
Now we're to policy question 19. Does council support funding it's really the continuation of the South Platte Park River enhancements? This year would be $1 million. So I think council's aware, the mayor has been on the South Platte working group for several years, and over time, so is Charlie and myself. And what we essentially have is a plan from the south end of the river through Littleton up through Englewood and Sheridan. The totality of this plan is approximately $20 million as estimated by Urban Drainage, who has done most of the work in there. We've got some drawings, and we can talk to you about where this phasing is. We're starting at the upstream, the south side of the river, which is why we see a higher percentage right now. Our dollars will flow off as we, no pun intended, as we move further north into Englewood and Littleton. These are partnership pieces with Englewood, South Suburban, Sheridan, Arapahoe County, and Urban Drainage in all of these projects. So And some of the money, you remember that the Arapahoe County put $5 million on the table for the improvements. And so what we've done in the South Platte Working Group is we've said we might want to go after, because this is kind of a subcommittee of that larger working group, that we want everyone to understand that the totality of this project, if it comes to fruition, is at that $20 million, and that there might be a portion of that $5 million that we want to go after, but there are other, to use Charlie's earlier term, shovel-ready projects or other short-term projects that we want to see done. But there may be some additional dollars coming out of that $5 million. We've also essentially got a commitment from the county to continue the 50-50 split as we move through here. There might be years that we put more in, South Suburban puts less in ratio-wise, South Suburban puts more in, I'm just using them as an example, we put less in over time. So this is, just really want you to know this is part of an ongoing project for this. These dollars would be our share for the 2014 timeframe, and Charlie looks like he's ready to, if there's questions about the ratio, total cost of this phase and the breakdown of who's paying what.
Just a point of clarifying projects. The restoration project we just completed, there's 2 phases left of that. This would pay for the phase 2. Phase 3, is that included? That's not included in here.
I didn't hear the end of that.
There's 2 more phases left. This would pay for phase 1, would it? And not phase 3 yet, or phase 2, but not for phase 3?
They want to appropriate funds for phase 2 and 3 on the restoration project.
Right.
Now, Laura's ready to move ahead with both those phases starting later this year. And our share of that would be $630,000.
And that's included in
Yes.
here. So this takes care of restoration?
Yes.
And then the additional is East Side Trail?
Yes, they want to take the bike path on the east side from Big Dry Creek north to Oxford, and then they're also looking at some other improvements in the river as well. The extra money would go for that east side bike trail.
Through Littleton?
It's not in Littleton, it's from Big Dry Creek north to Oxford, if we want to participate in that project as well.
Well, I don't think we're going to use our open space money in another muni.
That's,
Right.
yeah. Let me explain it this way. There are 3 parts to this overall river improvement project. One is the restoration within South Platte Park that Urban Drainage completed phase 1 earlier this year. We didn't have to put any money into it at all. Those next 2 phases is what's going to cost us if we want that done. We need to come up with $630,000. South Suburban will put money into it as well as Urban Drainage and Arapahoe County Open Space. Project 2 is the east side trail from Big Dry Creek to Oxford, none of which is inside the city limits of Littleton. Another project, the third one, is river enhancement projects in the river and along the banks that have been designed in coordination with South Platte Working Group. Those are in very much conceptual position right now. You have $1 million placeholder that Michael is recommending, of which we would like to designate the $630,000 for the restoration phase 2 and 3. The rest of it would just be held until there is more funding solidified for these other 2 projects, if council wishes to pursue that.
Phil? Oh, sorry, Michael.
If I may, just one clarification, just so folks understand. In the phase 2, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Charlie, which was, it was going to be kicked to 2014, but we wanted to start designing it and getting some construction done now.
That's right.
South Suburban does not have any funding appropriated for that if we started in this year. And so what we had proposed in the working group is, and this is kind of why I said it a moment ago, is that we would front essentially their pro rata share because we want to keep this project moving, and then they would make up for that in the 2014 appropriation. So just in the phase, what as Charlie has described, would then be phase 3 of the restoration. And maybe that's a little too much detail because it breaks down the individual phases, because it'll come out in the wash, if you will.
It'll come out in the river.
It'll come out in the river.
Phil?
My thinking on this is 630 for the phase 2 sounds fine. I wouldn't put a placeholder for the rest of it, because then I'd also want to be putting a placeholder for Highline Canal and other items. So 630 is identified, let's go with it. We're not spending what we don't, what we're not spending, and it's in the open space funds. And so leave it there until we know a little bit more, because there'll be other demands.
Said six
Okay.
what?
Jim,
6:30.
6:30.
6:30.
Jim?
Because I'm on that trail an awful lot, I see the need for having the things that Charlie has talked about in all three parts, so I guess I would go with the 4 million.
Peggy?
I'm meditating.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Bruce?
I think the South Platte's the jewel, and the open space is intended to be, money is intended to be spent there. I don't have a problem with putting the $1 million down, and I know we'll be cautious about what we actually spend. So I don't see a, problem of putting it in there and then having it be gone. It'll still be properly appropriated.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'm okay with the million, certainly the 630 on the restoration and the components, the incremental components for the river enhancement pieces. I don't think I'm all that enthusiastic about paying for trail in Sheridan, in Englewood. So, I mean, I guess I'm happy to spend the million in Littleton doing what we need to do. But if those are county-related issues, or, I mean, Sheridan and Englewood have open space money, don't they?
Mm-hmm. And they're part of the working group, and
Okay.
Jerry?
I'm okay with the million only for the city of Littleton, within the city of Littleton proper.
Jim?
Well, being on the Park Foundation, who does a lot of the planning for that East Side Trail, we're not going to fund the entire trail. The funding will come from multiple numbers of sources, but it'll be through grants that have to be matched. And if you have the money sitting there that you can say, we're going to use $50,000 of City of Littleton's money in order to leverage $650,000 in order to build the trail, that's a benefit to our citizens,
So I mean,
regardless whether they pay into that or not.
if that's what we're talking about, then I'm more enthusiastic
We're not going
about
to pay
it.
for the whole thing.
No, all right,
Sure.
I'm okay with the million.
Charlie, do you have the breakdown of who's paying on these earlier phases? Because I think.
We don't have it.
On the restoration project,
Yeah,
it
'cause-
was all South Suburban and urban drainage. We didn't put any money into Phase
and-
1.
And phase two still stays with South Suburban, phase 2 and 3.
South Suburban puts the same amount that we would put in. They're going to get their money through some grants. And then urban drainage is putting up the majority of the money.
A couple things. One is that I support 100% paying, moving forward with the restoration. Phase 2 is actually supposed to start this fall, and Phase 3 will happen next year. Then the restoration project, which is happening entirely in Littleton, will be done. In fact, it's really happening entirely in South Platte Park. So anything outside of Littleton, including the trail, it's all part of the South Platte Working Group plan right now, which is, each city is very good about taking care of the responsibility of funding within their municipalities. So I am a little confused as to why we would be asked for it in here, because that's part of Sheridan's plan and it's part of Inglewood's plan, because they've got some other things going on around those where they want to do some river access points and stuff like that, so it's kind of a different plan of a trail. So I don't think that that's going to be something that's going to come out of our budget at all, because they've got their money and they're getting their matches and they're dealing with that. But the other part is that there is, and we're having a charrette on Thursday where we are looking at the whole river plan, and we've got stakeholders coming, about 45 people, and doing some planning on that, and South Platte will bring that charrette, the kind of the responses back from that, and make some design plans. Littleton has quite a bit of, or has a substantial amount of planning on that. But downstream is where the really big money is, and that is not, that is all, that's Inglewood and Sheridan stuff. So all of that stuff's gonna come back to us in terms of what we could do in Littleton with, out of the open space money. But none of that's even ready for prime time yet. So that's just kind of, we can put the $1 million in there as a placeholder, but, you know, we're gonna, if we use the 630 for the part 2, and then more is gonna come back, and, I mean, I don't know that it's necessary to have a $1 million placeholder, because essentially that, the whole fund is sitting there, and we can go in there and, with a vote of council, pull it out on approved project anytime we want to.
That was
It's the only thing we could spend it
my
on.
point, because the policy question, it says South Platte Park River enhancements. As far as I understand, in the city of Littleton, it's $630,000 to complete that. And what we haven't seen is some of the implications that might come out of the master planning for South Platte Park and other items. And so I don't know why we'd park it here when that completes the project.
So back to me then. So I go for the 630, and with the understanding that we can always have an additional appropriation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we have 4 for the $1 million and 3 for the 630. Anybody want to change your $1 million vote?
What was the numbers, what did you say again?
We have 4 on the $1 million and 3 on the 630.
On the
Anybody,
630.
did anybody make, okay, we got 630. 20.
Does council support funding for the Kettering Lake water supply? And before we get to this, I want to do a quick update. Charlie will elaborate.
Council, as of 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, the Highline Canal will be turned on.
Wait, great.
And there will be water in the canal for a period of time for us to fill the lake.
Excellent.
They called this afternoon, and they were very cordial. And I will tell you, sometimes it's not what you do, it's who you know. And they said that they will do 2 runs of the canal for us to fill the lake and water the trees.
That's awesome.
This is huge.
I was suspicious because there were people walking in the canal yesterday when I was on the trail.
They're turning it on as of 6.5 hours from now.
Cool.
I expect Larry Borger to be there watching to make sure it actually occurs.
With Bruce.
I hope you share the enthusiasm that some of us had when this news was given to us. In the meantime, on this project, we have hired Wright Water engineers to do the study on how to drill a well, put the water in from the well into the lake, and also irrigate Kettering, Gallup Gardens Museum and Library, possibly with the water from the lake, recharging it with the water from the well. That project is underway right now at a cost of about $18,000. So the next step after that is to drill the well or use one that is there, although it is quite a distance from Kettering, and we don't even know if we are the official owners of it and whether or not it has water. But that's what Wright Water engineers will be doing in the next couple of months. I'm hopeful that they will have a final report to us by the end of the year. So that project is moving ahead, and again, this would be a placeholder amount in order to take it to the next step and actually get the well dug and start the work to put the water into the lake. Again, with the realization that Highline Canal water is intermittent at best, as we have learned in the last couple of years. I guess we lucked out today.
And I would just add that as we have in the policy question, we expect this, if council supports this, this will be over $1 million in the final design and construction of it, separate from what those ongoing maintenance costs. Now, there will be a reduction of that, and there'll be some level of return on investment in terms of not using the potable water and partnering with South Suburban and those types of things. But we don't have any of those details right now. South Suburban did a well not too long ago, and I think it ended up being approximately $1.2 million, somewhere in that, right in that range, just for construction of drilling the well, the wellhead, the well house, that type of thing. And so So we certainly would want to come back to you once we have those engineering plans, get final approval.
Jim?
I received a phone call recently from a gentleman who was very concerned about the lakes in the community drying up and was very interested in seeing continued reports going in the Littleton report about what the city's doing to try to keep that from happening. He even suggested that we try to go out and buy water rights. He left me a message. I didn't get the chance to talk to him, and he didn't leave me a phone number or his name. Well, I guess I did leave me his name. But
I think
don't
he's
have a
called
phone
us all.
number. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him about all of that stuff. He just wants a
Thoughts?
continued report about what we're doing to keep the lakes full.
Peggy?
I might as well put my bad foot in it. I think today, South Metro Chamber of Commerce had one of their sessions addressing the water issues. Oh, we're talking.
There were two sessions.
Pardon? Two.
That's okay.
But, anyway, so we're in a drought. And we're talking about tapping water for very nice use, but we're in a drought. And we have periodically had dry or next to dry lakes, whatever. But we're in a drought, and that water is a precious resource. I cannot personally see using that water, drawing down whatever it is we're drawing down for this kind of purpose, as much as we all love seeing water in lakes and green grass and whatever. I think if we were doing anything, we maybe should be looking at more ways to zero-scape some stuff so that we're not drawing down something that is so vital to this whole state and our community. Anyway, so I just can't support it.
Other comments? Bruce?
I just think this is one of those, we need to get a lot of public input, I think, on this.
Need to do what?
Get public input on this. I think it's going to be a discussion about the future of Kettering, whether it's viable to drill water and put it in Kettering, or whether maybe that park ultimately becomes something different, or the lake gets a different footprint, or somebody sees it differently, that it still continues to be an amenity. But these are, I think this is a public discussion. I think it's bigger than just this item, and I think it's something that's going to be a legacy for the city, and I think I would like to get a little more study on it from the public.
Bruce?
So,
I am not in favor until I have more information.
So I've gotten substantial input from the neighbors in Aberdeen. Universally, they are supportive of this. We own the water rights. They belong to us according to past decrees. We've got the open space money. It's a property value issue. I absolutely support it.
Jerry?
Aberdeen Village is my neighborhood, right there where Kittering is, as well as it is Bruce's, and I learned to fly fish there when I was about 6, 7 years old. Water's a precious resource. I am not willing to spend $500,000 to drill a well right now. The Farmer's Almanac is predicting a heavy winter, lots of snow this coming year, so we could have lots of water next year. So I'm willing to do that. I don't like the idea of spending $500,000 for water to fill a lake that's going to evaporate. It's a shallow lake. That water's going to evaporate. I'd rather do something else with our money.
Bill?
Couple things. One is, haven't heard a discussion about redesign of the lake, so it's not as evaporative. Second, haven't heard much as an alternate source is dealing with the redirection of stormwater rather than being dependent upon Denver water. So I'd like to see that rather than jumping to a solution that is drawing down an aquifer that takes several hundred years to replenish.
You're a no on this right now. Okay, Jim?
Well, I think you've got to look at the broader picture, and the broader picture is using that water to reduce our costs for watering Kettering Park, watering the museum grounds, watering Gallup Park, watering Gallup Gardens. All of those are using water that we're paying for that is treated water. Whereas if you go to a well and water those same sections with untreated water, in the long run, the city will save money. We're lucky that the Water Board said they would put water in Highline Canal this year. But my understanding is that they intend to not put water in Highline Canal next year or the year after or the year after. It's just a fluke that we're getting it this year. And so we're not going to be able to fill Kettering Lake in the future. We're lucky this year to be able to do it. As Charlie said, it's sometimes who you know. But I think spending $500,000 is a good investment for the future, because in the long run, you're going to save much more than $500,000 in water bills for watering all those parks.
I would just remind everyone that they're asking for $500,000, but the anticipated cost of this is at $1 million or more. So if we commit to 500, we're essentially committing to $1 million.
The other part is, that's very clear, but the other part is there's a whole stream that goes along that if we look at the possibility of redirecting stormwater, you end up with irrigation that's along the length of the High Line plus Kettering in getting there. And so
Sip, you
I
want to
think
speak to Denver?
That study has started this week. And they're calling
we
it
don't have the answer yet.
the urban rain garden for the High Line, and that is how to divert stormwater into the canal, then to water the trees of the canal, and for other purposes. That study just initiated, and we're a part of it.
And that would potentially put water into Kettering that can be used for the purposes that Jim talked about as irrigating the park.
If there's enough of it.
And if they're doing it in that location. I mean, that's
Yeah, no, it's an unknown. I just would say that the intent is looking at taking care of the Highline Canal, whether they allow, again, additional evaporative waters for us is certainly, I think, a very different question and focus, but.
Bruce?
So there's an advantage here to taking Kettering and Gallup off Denver water, treated water. As such, we are saving water for Denver water to use in other locations. Can you guys have a conversation with them about perhaps participating in this project to defray the cost and reconsider it at a future point in time?
We can. I would go back to, I think, Councilman Beckman's, just in terms of the optimism of this, Councilman Beckman's questions relative to the irrigation system on this property here that we did, where we had, I think, $400,000 commitment, and Denver Water and Charlie had contacted them again, and they said, I think you know. And so, and that was on one that they had already made not saying, of course, we'll make the request, but I'm just, in terms of, they've demonstrated a lack of interest in that when it was still for the same purpose of pulling off from treated water and going to gray water. But yes, we will certainly make the request.
Okay.
I have a couple concerns on this. I have a huge concern with the price tag.
It's already a no.
I know, but I would
All right.
pontificate a moment.
Well, you were trying to cut.
Oh, gee, I want to hear this.
Oh! But I think part of what Bruce said, Bruce Beckman said about, public comment or public input, I guess what I would propose we do, I don't want to just say no and let it sit there and get dried up and mossy and icky, and I don't want that to happen, because I do appreciate the fact that the neighborhood it's a property value issue. I also think that it's a quality of life issue, because it's a well-loved area of town and park, and it is enjoyed by not only the neighborhood, but by the whole community. So I think that it would behoove us to look at some form of solution, because I don't think it's ever going to get filled up again unless it's a super, super good year, and it's purely by accident, and it's just luck that it happened. But, so we need to look at that park and look at what we want it to be, or what the neighborhood wants it to be, that's sustainable. Because I don't think Kettering Lake is sustainable. And I don't think drilling a well for $1 million+ is a wise use of money right now. So I'd like to, and I don't know what it is we do, you know, we've got Right Water coming in with a study, and maybe we look at some different design plans for what would we do? We approve, you know, some study money for making the lake a smaller footprint and creating a different, you know, kind of a different environment around it. Creating a different style design there that's still beautiful and attractive, and people want to go to, and they enjoy being there, and it doesn't affect the property values. In fact, it might help. But I think leaving it to do nothing is not the answer either. So maybe a combination of the study that Right Water's doing, I don't know what the proper order to this would be, but what Right Water's doing, and then do we listen to what they have to say, and then maybe come back and come up with a couple other alternatives and put some numbers and drawings to that? And
Well, if I could jump in, and I don't know if there's a majority of council would want to do this, but I think that's a lot of what Councilmember Beckman said, and to an extent what Councilmember Sinanek said. And if council desires, we could put together a public process and outreach, because there's a lot of users, as the mayor just pointed out, of this. So the neighbors, the folks from the library and the museum who utilize the space, the greater Littleton community, and essentially do, for lack of a better term, master plan for the Kettering Park area. And then obviously the data coming in from Right Water Engineering would talk about how much water we can acquire, and we can always use less if the decision is to xeriscape and do other amenities that reduce the scope of the lake. So
I think we can use open space money for master planning on this, right?
I'm sure we could, yeah. Yep. So, and I don't know the number off the top, but that's something we could certainly come back to council. I think we've got enough open space funding appropriated, because we'd want to probably have a firm assist us in that and that type of thing. But rather than make that decision at this moment, if that's supportive of the council, we'll continue the planning with Right Water on the drill, and then that'll be just part of the master planning process.
Okay, everybody good with that? Okay, good.
So our
So
conclusion is-
we will not appropriate the $500,000. We will continue this year with the Right Water Engineering, and then we will return to council with a proposed public process to look at a master plan for Kettering. Sound good? Excellent. Thank you, council. So moving on to policy question number 1, does council support funding for the Whitneck Ponds and Pedestrian Trail at approximately $100,000? And I'll let Charlie explain over at, we're going to keep talking about Denver Water.
The good news, it's a lot less than that. Winnetka Ponds is the large park on the north side of Bowles, just west of Lowell Boulevard. Denver Water just completed a sidewalk on a portion of Bowles Avenue that basically starts at what is known as the Columbine Trail at Bowles and Platte Canyon Road, and it goes west to their property line. The proposal is to pick up that trail and connect it to the trails within Winnetka Ponds. This would allow people on the west side of the river to have continuous bike path access to the Columbine Trail and towards the Mary Carter Greenway Trail. The total cost that they are asking for is $57,000, and this would complete that part of the project.
Okay,
57
opposed?
instead of 100.
Pardon?
57 instead
Correct.
of 100.
57, not 100.
anybody opposed? Everybody okay?
At 57.
At 57, you have 7 yeses.
Policy question number 22, does council support funding for the open space land acquisition or lease? This is a placeholder. We had it last year. I don't remember, I think it was about 1.2 million. Any of these would require the staff to return to the council for approval of the, any lease or acquisition of property in there. So,
Is this
to-
in addition to that 1.2, or is this?
no, this
in
would
lieu
be, yeah, so the others would flow back into the fund balance, and this would be a new appropriation. I will just head off, at least what has kind of been a theme for this year, which is if there is a desire not to appropriate and have us return, obviously, we can do that as the same action, and ask for an appropriation in addition to the acquisition of it.
Is that cleaner?
To an extent it is. If we spend less than the 1.5 million, I think it's a little easier for finance just to pull it out of this 1.5 because it's appropriated. But it may send the wrong message in terms of the focus, because then that money shows up, it's unexpended, it falls back into the fund balance. And so I only say that because it seems like this year council has been much more in that focus of come back and ask for more as opposed to
Yeah.
placehold it and then spend it through the year. So I think we can work with
That
it
would be-
in either circumstance.
I think we've set guidelines on taking a look at open space acquisition, and,
And if we have one, bring it forward.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, follow the process.
Yeah, and part of why I think the open space is different than even others is that you can't, that can't land anywhere else.
can't use it for
It can't
operations.
hide in the general fund, or, okay, is everybody okay with just not?
So we will,
No.
yeah, but we'll make a note in the council direction that the intent is to continue the acquisitions or leases, just come when we have those agreements in place and ask for the appropriation as a component of the purchase or lease. Thank you, council. Moving on to 23, does council support funding for Littles Creek Park Lake at dredging, for $40,000?
Littles Creek Park is what the kids call the boat park on the corner of Broadway and Stern Parkway, northwest corner. There's a pond there. The city of Littleton owns the property. That is a lake they need to dredge. The total cost is $80,000. South Suburban is requesting that we fund half the cost to dredge that pond next year.
When was it last dredged?
Many years ago.
Wasn't all that long ago.
No, you're
Yeah, it
thinking
was.
Stern.
I bet you it was over 20, 25 years ago.
The boat park.
Yes, the boat park.
Is it Stern Parkway? and
Yeah, I know
Broadway?
what park we're talking about, yeah.
It was before I came to the city, so it was before 23 years.
Does anybody have any comments, questions, or is everybody okay with the 40K? 40K yeses,
No problem.
7 yeses.
Policy question 24, does council support the equal funding of the South Platte Park Management shared with South Suburban Parks and Recreation? What we have in here are three pieces. We have a continuation of the existing agreement, which is $261,030, and so that's under the current management. And council will recall from the joint study session that you had with the South Suburban Board that there was a task force put together. In fact, you had your own discussion about the, at a study session, what the components would be, the scope of that task force. And so, I jumped, excuse me. So C is $30,000 for us to be able to have some money to do some project or consulting work, maybe some intercept surveys or some type of survey work in 2014 as a component of the work of the task force, making recommendations for the management plan. B, which I jumped over real quick, was our 50% of extending the maintenance effort for additional rangers that's in there. We don't know exactly what that looks like because it'll be mainly dependent upon what South Suburban ultimately does, but we would take our 50% share of whatever that is. So those are the three components. So the one is just a continuation of the management plan at the 261. The 50 is for what I think council had already committed to essentially through that joint study session, and then the 30 is something that staff has added so that we have some money to do something with the task force to update the plan.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, so, but we do not know, for example, how they're going to fund salary and benefit increases?
No, that's been incorporated into the 261 they've given us. That's the 50%.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know the details.
Oh, we do know, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. We do not.
No, I'm not comfortable without knowing more. Just,
Bruce?
I'm okay with it.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Jerry?
No problem.
Phil?
I'm okay with the side comment, since this is the last one that talks about open space and such, that we also recognize, we've talked about acquisition, but the Highline Canal Working Group is also going to have some other items out there, and just, we're keeping the notes, so I want to make sure that it's out there, so.
Jim? We have a Highland Canal representative.
Neither did anybody else, Wendy.
Yeah, but Jerry didn't hear it because he was going la 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 la.
Jim?
Yes.
I'm a yes, except that I don't understand the $50,000 for extended maintenance efforts, possibly including additional rangers and trail upgrades. I am not in favor at all of handing over $50,000 to South Suburban to add rangers to their world of trails and trail management. I am in favor of handing over $50,000 to add a ranger to South Platte Park.
Okay.
Right now, we have to take those rangers, divide them all out, we get 25% of their time, it's split up, they're planting grass, and then they're,
You realize, though, that's an exercise in hydraulics. If we put one there, then the other ones are free to be elsewhere.
no, I don't agree.
So you're saying that would be a restriction on B for you?
Yeah, it would be. I want, if we're gonna put in $50,000, I want them to be in South Platte Park. Because that was part
Yes,
of our,
I agree with you.
okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Bruce? Okay.
All
I
right, we
thought we
will,
had agreed to have a task force. Maybe that's one of the subjects that ought to be addressed with that task force.
They are.
and the bigger picture it is, that was one of the things you guys had mentioned when you came up with that scope for the task force. This was an immediate action, separate from the larger task force looking at it. So this may even just be a one-year FTE. I don't know the details about what it'll be, but yes, the whole issue around enforcement versus, and what type of enforcement, and where they're located, how it's broken up, and all that.
Because we haven't, I mean, I haven't heard from that group whether it was going to be primarily educational or enforcement.
That group
That's
hasn't
what they're
even,
coming back
hasn't even
with.
met.
Yeah,
That's-
that's what they're coming
Yeah.
back with. What this would be a good, because that's gonna be, that task force, that's gonna be a while for that report, because there's some
Yes.
studies that need to be
Yep.
done. Okay.
And that's part of the 30.
Yes.
Okay,
How many are we going through tonight?
we're finishing.
Finishing.
We're making good time, yep.
Do we get a break?
If you, I think one more,
Okay.
No. We've got
Four
the next
more.
page.
4 more. Does, policy question 25, does council support a 2% sewer utility rate increase to accumulate funds for future capital improvements for the Littleton Inglewood wastewater treatment plant?
Doug, is this consistent with the proposal that we saw last year?
This is actually a little bit improved outlook. Last year, the council approved a 2.5% increase in 2013, and we were looking at a 3% increase in the years thereafter. Because of some tap fees that we're expecting to get in 2014 and 2015, that lowers what we would project to be a rate increase down to 2%. There were also a refinancing with the loan that we have, the Colorado Water Power, and that savings was about $130,000 a year. And so, because of mainly those two factors, we're proposing a little bit lower rate increase.
And the question that I have then is, having attended the first session on water and water treatment, it seems like the EPA has an unending appetite for, if we can find it, we're going to control it, and we're going to ask for reductions. I'm not sure there's an ever-ending position on the capital improvement side.
Between sanitary and storm sewer, your statement is accurate.
So I'm not sure I would back off the plan.
Well, this doesn't include any of the nutrient reg stuff, 31 or 85.
No, and I think they're still in the midst of updating the master plan, which isn't quite completed yet.
The master plan will be done in October. If you want me to cut to the chase on one item, Regulation 85 will have some expenses starting in late 2015, 16, and beyond. But for 14 and most of 15, there are no expenses that we have to worry about for 85.
I guess I'd like to see smaller increases over time rather than waiting for when we have to add.
Yeah, I agree with, yeah, I think that's right. I mean, so I guess without getting back into the plan, the intent, I thought we talked about last year was to make sure we're scaling up.
And I believe, just to follow up, and Charlie, correct me, that based upon our estimated expenses in 16 and 17, this increase allows us to cash flow it
Yes.
for that initial piece. So we don't need to increase it for 16 and 17. And of course, then Reg 31 is a whole nother conversation at a later time. But this gets us to where we need to be for our permit update and coming into compliance with 85.
So this 2% is going into a capital needs fund for the future. And we still will have annual sewer rate charges that will be over and above this 2%. I guess what I'd like to see is the ability for the council to eliminate or reduce the 2% in times whenever the annual percentage of sewer rate is at a certain level. In other words, I don't want to see a 10% charge onto sewer charges where 2% of this is going into this reserve fund, when that 2% can be reduced or eliminated for a year in order to make it more palatable for the people who are having to pay the bill.
That'll obviously be up to councils at that time when those requests come in, but, I mean, certainly duly noted. But we can't set that policy decision for the future councils in terms of the appropriation, but.
Just plant the seed then.
Yes, no worries. I think we're certainly cognizant, and historically, I think the council's been cognizant of the increases in sewer rate and relative to the costs and what the needs are, and we would continue that thought process and be intentional about how the totality of cost increase, whether it's this or other things, as we move forward, so.
Bruce, are you looking at, you want to go to 3?
Well, I guess that was, yeah, if, suppose the short answer is probably, it might not be a bad idea. I mean, we know we're gonna see some of this money. I'd rather do hypothetically 3, you know, whatever, as opposed to 2, 4, 5, you know, I don't like the big steps. I think we're better off trying to stay on some sort of a even slope up, because we know we're gonna have some of these incremental costs. I don't know if 3 is the right number, but I guess that was sort of where I was going.
Peggy?
So I'm not in favor, I think I said this last year too, I'm not in favor of our charging more now just because we don't want to have a bump when we get closer. I think people living here now might not live here when we get closer. I think we should be getting the people who are living here at the time of whatever it is that we're doing, having to pay that. So I'm wondering if this is really, because it even says here an inflationary increase, but that's different from cost charged to cover our actual cost. So even if it's 1.75 versus 2, there are people who struggle to pay their darn bills.
So are you no on 2?
Right.
Bruce?
I'm okay with the 2, believing that it's a 2% inflationary increase and is appropriate for the current subscribers. But we still probably need to make a public case for somehow ramping up for what we know is coming, but I'm only satisfied with the 2 right now.
3?
Sure.
Jerry?
No,
0?
0, don't need to right now.
Phil?
I'd say 3, and I think one of the things that comes down the road, in addition to the compliance capital improvements, is the opportunity to use what looks to be a sustained situation for capacity at the plant for possible fuel development, and to take a look at other capital improvements that can actually lead to reduced cost systems, but you need some of the cash up to do it.
2, 0, or 3?
3. That was what we let folks know last year.
We're at 3, 3, 0, 0, 2. Jim? 2.
2.
I'm 2. 3 2s, 2 0s, 2 3s.
So can the 3s live with 2?
Sure.
Gonna have to.
We got a sure, so that puts it at 4.
Win.
26.
Does council support expansion of the sanitary sewer and storm drainage maintenance efforts? $100,000 coming out of the sewer utility and $50,000 coming out of storm drainage.
Realizing that I'm not going to give you the full list of storm and sanitary projects to be done. We do have an inventory and a list prepared for the next several years. This money is available in the fund. If you approve it, we will just expand our maintenance efforts.
Anybody no? Everybody yes? 7 yeses.
All right, thank you, councils. I want to kind of merge 27 and 28. We spoke of this a little either earlier tonight or yesterday about fast-tracking one of our capital needs, which is our sidewalks. Policy question number 28, jumping forward, is really what's going to kickstart this. We've got the Public Facilities Fund, which, as council knows, I think we actually have more than $200,000 in it. We have $460,000 or something along those lines in the fund balance for it. But we really felt, especially moving into the impact fee world where it's dedicated to the pieces, utilizing $200,000 to really move forward on our sidewalk program outside of the north part of town has some value. We've got a lot of sidewalks that need replacement. Tied to that, at obviously a significant lesser amount, is, and this has been an area of contention in the past, but removing the 50/50 sidewalk replacement program and utilizing those dollars and really focusing on, again, the sidewalk replacement. We've got them split because of the 50/50 sidewalk. And spend a few minutes, and then Charlie can answer some detailed questions, but the 50/50 split is really used, it's not all that, I think we spent about $13,000 last year on it, so it's not a big program within the city. And it's really only used for those people who aren't tied to some other project. Then I call up and I say, I want to turn my curb, I want to replace the sidewalk, or I want to have a drive pan and that type of thing, versus those that are adjacent to an existing project, and we're coming over and we're doing an overlay or whatever they're doing, and we just hook the private property owner in conjunction with the contractor, and they do what they need to do. You've already got your bond, you've already got the person's under contract with the city in the right-of-way. So we don't think that this will really have an adverse impact on the community in terms of being able to replace on an individual level their own curb and gutter that are there. There's also multiple contractors out there that do this on a regular basis in Littleton and other places, certainly in the South Metro area, and we think we can be better focused in utilizing of the public dollars in terms of replacing what we believe are trip hazards, broken sidewalks, curb and gutter that needs to be replaced on a global scale than jumping around and using these dollars for the purpose that they have been in the past. I figured you would have a comment there, Jim.
Well, I am not in favor of removing the 50/50 program. I think that is a very nice PR move on the part of the city that the public really likes. I understand what you said, when you got a project going on in the area, you can do that. But that doesn't take care of the guy 2 doors down who doesn't have a project in front of his house, who wants to have an enhancement to his sidewalk.
Fully understand.
Any other comments?
I agree with Jim.
So on 27, we have 2 noes.
But, no, wait a second, maybe I don't understand what it is then. It's 50/50, that,
It's removing the program, Jerry.
so then it's 100% resident.
Correct. Yeah, we would not utilize city dollars to split the cost of you replacing your drain pan, curb.
I'm a no.
Bruce?
You-
Bruce?
No on 27.
Yes.
Peggy?
No,
27.
27. Nope, I
No.
didn't, I skipped it.
He's tried to
27.
sneak one over on us.
So was 28,
We-
everybody was okay with?
We haven't.
No,
talked
we
about
haven't done
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
We'll get there yet.
Okay,
Get her a
sorry.
cup of coffee, will you?
Peggy?
Well, I'd like for 1 year to really focus on the sidewalks that are hazardous. I walk a hell of a lot of them, so, and I know some of them are hazardous. I'd like us to get more of that taken care of, and I think we should make that the priority.
So you're a 27 is what?
You'd be a yes,
You're a yes? Okay.
at least on a 1 year.
So you're a yes on no.
It's a yes.
Yes, I know.
Yes, on removing.
A yes on removing it. I'm a yes on removing it, so it's 5-2.
So it's staying. So what we will do is we'll continue to allocate monies toward the 50/50 split, which, as council heard, at least for last year, was approximately $14,000. And we'll utilize the rest of that money in service of the policy question that's there. And then to Peggy's comment and going back, Wendy, to policy question 28,
28, Wendy. Right.
this would do exactly what I stated earlier, and Peggy just supported, of taking $200,000 and really moving forward on sidewalk, curb, and gutters.
Anybody say no? Everybody say yes?
This is a major area of deferred maintenance, as I think probably everyone's.
We're in.
Big
Okay.
yes.
You had a chance to look at the budget highlights. I just, rather than walk through them, does council have any questions on the budget highlights? Okay.
I'm excited about the underground utility plan and understanding where the stuff is and what some of our options are, so.
Too.
Yeah.
Great. Very good. And I would point out that, just so that you guys are informed on it, we have identified the share, well, the 1.275 for the treatment plant, but we've identified at least a high level of those projects that'll be completed within the plant, which we have not done in the past, and I think has caused a little disconnect between the knowledge of what this council knows and what the Englewood Council's aware of. So this brings a level playing field in information. You want to take a quick break before we get to, oh, I'm sorry.
Just on bullet
Sorry,
number,
Bruce.
bullet number 4, glad to see that we'll have a mobile application that allows citizens to report problems, but I have to tell you, the one we have now doesn't work, so you need to probably unplug it, because I've made complaints on the webpage and nothing happens.
Well, that's-
Well, that's because it says Bruce Beckman, and we're set up to.
I was somebody else.
Oh, all right, okay. We'll take a look at what's happening with it, because it should be working. Do you want to take 5 minutes, Mayor?
Yes,
Hey, Charlie?
5 minutes.
Okay. And Bruce, I did hear you. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, let me find you. Right here, this is on the Little's Creek Park Lake Bridge.
right.
All right, here we go. Let's just go, let's just go.
It's all right.
Number 29,
Does council support increased funding, so we're now in community development. Does council support increased funding for professional and consulting services for the planning division? As council is aware, we've been talking about code amendments and code updates now pretty solidly, Glenn and I, along with you, or to you and with you, for about 2 years. We had some fits and starts. We've had some pieces that have come through, elimination of the DRC, but we really think it's time. We continually run into the code as a challenge as we move forward. As we discussed on the rezones, you could have all 7 of you forced to vote yes because of the conditions required to meet a rezone request, or you could have none of you vote yes based on the conditions. So we really think that it's time to kickstart updating in the land use subdivision regs of the code, and that is a substantial amount of what we would use this $50,000 for, as well as we are going to have some of the sub-area plan work as well.
So why a consultant versus an FTE?
Because these are not ongoing long-term. I mean, certainly staff would be supporting it, but once that code is updated, we don't need, and this is really supplementing and utilizing, a lot of this would be utilizing legal services, folks with the expertise within a particular area, or bringing a firm in to assist with updating of the sub-area plan, with staff certainly supporting it, but we don't need another FTE, I think, at this point.
I agree. We fix the code, it will help staff quite a bit.
So you guys are gonna prime the effort and just have the 50K goes to somebody to support from an admin
I
perspective?
think at this point, because we're kind of stretched thin doing development projects, that we'd utilize legal services primarily. So we might sketch it out, but we'd have an attorney probably put it in its final form.
As well as if we do some type of outreach for the sub-area plans and develop a public process for that, we might want some assistance for that as well. Sorry, Phil, I saw you had your hand.
It's actually a question in addition to this, because you have the code components are one, but we also have reference guide documents. I mean, we've seen collections of those. I'd like to see a single inventory of those reference documents on land use, probably sooner than this, because I would think, but it seems like every time something has tended to crawl out of the woodwork at some point in time. So I'd like to see that inventory of reference documents so that at least the process can be more predictable for folks.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, as we do the citywide portion of the comprehensive plan, we're doing that. So we're actually laying out what all those corridor plans are, neighborhood plans, and we hope to amend them all. But I'm kind of thinking this 50 grand, if we get the grant funds that are coming up, that we'd use a portion of this fund for the Broadway corridor, to kind of straighten that out and bring it up to date.
Broadway's pretty straight.
It's a straight roadway, you are
Everyone
correct.
good with that? Okay. Policy question, sorry, Peggy?
I was remiss in something when Charlie was in the hot seat.
Sorry, we're done.
Charlie, you want to come back?
2015 budget will come
So,
around soon.
Send
Maybe he
him an
can
email.
he might just answer this. Do we have enough, are you planning to do the weed spraying again?
It's in the budget.
Enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I love enough. Sure, it's enough.
have enough.
Yeah, it's enough. Does council support creating a neighborhood partnership program? So you'll recall we had a study session on this with a staff presentation on this program, and our recollection was staff had supported this, and we said that we would be coming back for the details and additional funding for the 2014 budget, and that is what is before you.
That was K, right?
No, that was Mark Barron's.
Mark Behrens.
It was Mark
From
after John Clark.
the Longmont gentleman that talked to us about his neighborhood outreach programs.
Yeah.
And then we had Mark come back and give you a proposal on what we would do for Littleton, taking that.
I have one quick question. 89,590 sounds like a very specific number.
42 cents, too.
I figured that. So.
Well, we've got the breakdown of A, B, and C, so we've got 29,000 for increasing the FTE, the grant funding at the 50,000, and then the mediation, which he had talked about, both getting some volunteers, and I think this is training costs.
Correct.
And that's where the 1059 came out. I don't know the numbers times the number of people we would have trained times the cost, but that's what the 1059 is.
We have it very well figured out. We really think this is going to help our code compliance staff as well. In the mediation end, we spend a lot of time mediating versus administering the code.
Well, is this essentially a good neighbor program?
Bruce?
Yeah, I really think that we have to get ramped up a lot higher on code enforcement issues as the city progresses along here, and I think this is a great plan, but it's just part of it. I think there needs to be the next step, which is, I still believe we're going to need more enforcement personnel at some point, because our enforcement activities now are not proactive, but more reactive. And so I hope this is just a first start. And then on the mediation part, and I know it was talked about, I just want to reemphasize, a lot of times on the police department side, they kind of get the picture, but they can't solve it, so they want to refer it, and it would come to you, and it's a working relationship of back and forth, what's appropriate and not, and that's where a lot of your work is going to come from, I think. So.
Bill?
Side note on what Bruce mentioned, at some point in time, we didn't ask Doug Stevens questions, Chief, questions yesterday, but actually getting in front of us at some point in time and talking about, his perspective and what the police department's doing on outreach and interface would be a good thing, both with regard residences and businesses.
Hi.
I have,
Question on the budget?
yeah, on what something means in A. The grammar, I'm sorry, Jerry.
I can barely hear you, I'm sorry. Pull that thing a little
Peggy,
closer.
let me tell you, if you're about 2 inches away from that microphone, we can hear you. If you're 4 inches,
Yo.
we can't hear you.
Jeez.
There you
Whoa, okay. Now, so apologies, Jerry, but this is a grammar question. In the third line of A, we're talking about to increase communication and outreach. I'm going to skip over the next one a second. Provide neighborhood enhancement grants and train. So we got 3 verbs in there, and in between we have neighborhood identity. What is it we're doing with that? Improving it? Cultivating it?
Developing it. You pick a
So,
word.
Is that okay? I mean,
Sure.
is that?
Nurture.
Because I
Nurturing,
tripped over that several times. Okay, thank
That
you.
apology was deserved, by the way.
I like nurturing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, thank you.
Everyone good?
Good.
No, I'm a no.
Oh, Jerry's no.
For real?
I am, or no.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry to just double check.
For real.
Everybody else is okay?
No, and
Oh, stop.
I'd probably be a no too, because I'd actually like to pump more money in to actually help do something rather than that piece of it, investment money, but,
Well, that's the neighborhood partnership grant. You want to propose that we increase that?
yeah, I mean, I'd prefer to shift money from A into B.
We need the person to actually administer and work it, though.
Well, yeah, but then you'd eliminate a couple of those things that I just read, probably.
Okay.
Yes. Everybody is except for Jerry
And Peggy,
and Peggy.
Yeah, I just don't see the need to keep increasing staff. If we're gonna increase staff, I'd rather go to where I know we need it right now instead of just something that's brand new. That's why I'm going no on this.
Policy question 31, does council support one-time matching funds for the Urban Center Station Area Master Plan?
Oh, so we did A, B, and C, all 3?
We did.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
We had you as a no for policy question 30.
Okay, I thought we were breaking it out.
And a sincere
Okay.
apology.
Yeah. And you heard it, geez.
Yeah, I did.
And we're still nurturing neighborhood identity.
31.
31.
Yep, I already opened it.
Everybody okay?
You talked about this at a study session, I believe, so.
Right, we have a resolution, and we haven't got an answer yet, but we expect to on September 18th, and their staff has recommended approval.
I have spoken to Kent Bagley, and RTD is willing to put in 10,000, but I had a little more detailed conversation with him. There's another opportunity that he wants to talk about that would be less money, and he thinks would have a higher return for us. So, at this point,
This one's not that one.
This is a little,
Oh.
this is a little different.
You're talking about the design competition.
You're talking about the Rocky Mountain Challenge,
the one at the Mineral Light Rail?
right?
Oh, okay, I'm
Right.
sorry.
31.
What one's this one?
Actually, we were just gonna fund that.
Oh, this is different.
That would be a this year, so we haven't budgeted for that Rocky Mountain Challenge in the budget. So this is in addition to,
And we just happen to have that money sitting around to do that?
we will find it.
40,000?
No,
30.
no, for the Rocky Mountain Challenge,
God.
in our mind, RTD said 10,000, and in my mind, I didn't think the city would be up greater than that. So we would have to find other partners to meet their full entrance fee for the Rocky Mountain Challenge.
Or we could increase an appropriation for it, if necessary?
And that's what the mayor was just reporting on, that RTD committed to the 10, but also had another idea about what to do.
A ULI study, I believe, right? Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to talk to him about that, so.
We'll probably try to put a meeting together next week on that, and then can report back to council, maybe by the study session or something, as to what that is starting to look like.
Okay.
Jim?
My understanding of the Mineral Avenue Station competition was that it was just one of, well, more than one that was in competition to be selected. That has not been selected yet.
No, it is not.
All right.
If so,
Make sure.
It would be hard, it would be tough to be selected and then not funded.
If you're selected, then we'll address the funding question then.
Okay, so this is the Dr. Cog one.
Yes, correct. 32?
Yes.
Thank you, Wendy. 32, does council support increasing the combination inspector position by .5 FTE? And this combination inspector, specifically electrical systems, moving from half-time to a full-time position. And this is one kind of, I think Councilman Stallman had asked earlier on one where we're looking at consulting work versus an FTE, and this is one that we do see this service level expectation continuing, and we believe it is not one that lends itself as well to outsourcing on a short-term basis, but creation of an FTE because it's not going away.
Thumbs up.
Jim?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Peggy? Bruce? Phil? Jerry? 7 yeses.
Excellent.
All right, policy question number 33, does council support increased storage units for the museum's collection? $20,000?
yes.
Yes?
Sure.
I don't even think Tim, all right.
Sorry, Tim, we already approved it.
I realize it's a little bit later, but I do, one of the things I asked Tim to be prepared for, and he's got more detail than was in this budget highlight, is really to talk a little bit, it's about what we are working on relative to the museum and the library, and specifically within the museum, some of the ideas that we've got to kind of put a new, fresh face on it and think differently than we have in the past. So if you'll at least give us 5 or 10 minutes, that'd be great.
And I'll do it real quickly. Thanks, Michael.
Maybe 3 minutes.
I don't do anything in 3 minutes, but.
He's a historian.
I'd like to be thorough. No, I will keep it close because I know it's getting late. Michael did ask me to do a quick run through with a few of the things that we're looking at for starting in 2014. As you'll remember, a few months ago, we met a study session to talk about museum admission fees, and after that study session, Michael asked me to take a good, hard look at both library and museum, at where we might be able to generate additional revenues to help out the budget situation. So we did that, and in the 2014 budget, there's an additional $60,000 in revenue from library and museum. They are primarily coming out of two areas. One, an increase in the school group fee that the museum charges. It's been $1 since it was created in 1994, so we're going to raise that to $2. We think the market will easily bear that. We're still very, very competitive within the school group market. So that will go up, and that generates about $12,000 is our estimate. And then the second major one is raising the library daily fees on overdue material. It's been 10 cents since 1996. So that's going to go up to 20 cents per day, and that keeps us right in line with where most of our competitors are. So that $60,000 is already in and that generates about $32,000 in additional revenue. So that money is already in the 2014 budget. So what I'm going to talk about now is in addition to and separate from that. We talked a little bit at that council study session about the possibility of doing facility rentals at the museum. We are going to start doing those starting in January. We're going to start them relatively slowly to kind of get a feel for what the traffic patterns are and what the needs are. So we'll open up with doing facility rentals during our business hours, so roughly 8 to 5. And then once we have some of that data in place and are able to staff up a little bit, we're going to go to evening and weekend events also. And ultimately, we'll look at doing outdoor events too, once the weather permits. So it'll be some new alternative use of the facility. And obviously, I know one of the concerns that council had was making sure that the facility was maintained if we were going to do something like that. So we will certainly look at keeping it in good condition. That's, I think, important if we're going to be marketing it like that. So that's the number one thing. And then the second challenge that Michael had given me was to look at programming at the museum particularly. A lot of the things that we had been doing have been very successful and very well attended, but they are things that have been pretty long-lived. So we're looking at kind of recreating a lot of our material. So for instance, next year, when you look at our farm, the events that are going to be going on in the living history farms, those will be either new events or events that we haven't done in the last 5 or 10 years. So we're going to be pulling a few things that were very popular out of the past but haven't been done for a while. And then my education staff is working wholeheartedly on putting together an entirely new programming platform that I think is going to be will be a nice opportunity, and they're very excited about getting to do something like that. So that's going to go on. We're also going to introduce an entirely new set of classroom programs that are emphasizing the new STEAM initiative, and that's science, technology, engineering, arts and design, and math. So I think that will be.
I usually hear STEM, so adding the.
Pardon me?
I
Yes.
usually hear STEM, so.
STEAM is an evolution of the old STEM program, and of course STEM isn't that old, but this was a new twist on it, and it does incorporate arts and design. So that is also something that the education staff has been working on, and but what we've seen so far, it will be obviously to start off with, it's going to be pretty heavy on science because that's an area that matches in nicely with some of the farm areas, but I think it'll be fun to play with that a little bit. And then one of the challenges that Michael had particularly asked us to look at was looking at attracting the always difficult to bring in young professional, so the 25 to 44 age group. It's an area that museums are always looking at, and it's not one that anyone has found a master plan on, but we've got an entire team that is looking at putting together a new programming track. So these will be after work, evening events, those type of things, and they'll be specifically geared around drawing that young professional audience into the museum. Some of them will involve, we can do movie nights, we can do workshops, we can do gallery walks, age-appropriate music. That's one of the things that tends to draw them in. Open bars also tend to draw them in, but not too surprisingly. So we'll be doing some fun things like that. But this was an opportunity to really kind of think outside what our normal box is and be a little more creative. So we're going to jump into that business this next year too and look at some of those things. I think those will be really interesting to track Obviously, first-year events are going to be a little bit difficult to have huge expectations for, but it's something that you can build on from year to year. And then finally, this one was already on the plan, but we hadn't really talked about it. As I think some of you know, in 2014, we'll be opening a World War II exhibit in our changing gallery. These are the 70th anniversary years going on right now. It runs for a little over a year, so June of 2014 through August of 2015. So it will sync up with the 70th anniversary of VJ Day, which gives us a little over a year to do some interesting things. And one of those things will be transforming the 1860s or 1890s farmhouse into a 1940s farmhouse. So we will change the interpretation there. It'll be a 1940s home front type of a facility, Victory Garden in the back, and we'll change costuming and interpretation will all be going along with 1940s, looking at home front life in Littleton at that period. That one was already on the plan, but I think it fits in nicely with some of this new.
You fit that, very soon after that will be the 100th anniversary of World War I.
In fact, we were already starting to look at the World War I centennial anniversaries. You're exactly right. So that's coming up. We also thought we could do some complementary programming on the 1860s farm that would be home life during the Civil War versus home life during World War II. So
It's a very interesting World War I museum in Kansas City.
Having lived in Kansas City for 10 years before I came here, I'm very familiar with it. Great museum. In fact, we borrowed some artifacts from them. Sorry, Jerry. Is there anything else you want me to cover, Mike?
No, I just want to give kudos to Tim for
Major
really.
kudos.
Yeah.
Tim. Good job.
Tim, where's the additional storage unit?
Exciting.
I'm sorry?
Where will they be?
Those will go into the collection center. Obviously, it's not a solution to the crowding problem there, but it does give us a lot of breathing room in a collection that is particularly prone to that. That's our textiles collection. So this is 6 storage units that will go in, it'll be actually in the upstairs portion of the collection center.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. Wow, it's getting late. Just
33
had it.
yes.
Yes, we went through 33. We're on to 34. Before we jump into the citywide, one of the things I had mentioned, Councilman Cernanik, and with council support, back when we had the Littleton and Englewood Fire ESCI study, one of the directives from the council was to come up with a minimum of 8 areas that we could collaborate with the Englewood Fire Department. And subsequent to that decision, Englewood's chief retired, and it took several months. And as you heard, even from Chief Mullen this evening, he's just now starting to be able to meet with their new chief. So we do not have anything, not for lack of interest on the Littleton side, but just knowing what's happening on the Englewood side, that they weren't in a place to talk about expansion. They were chiefless, and then the chief had to get up to speed. We are going to be in that similar situation here before long, but certainly once we have a new chief in place in early 2014, we will continue this effort of looking at where we can partner with Englewood and what would make sense for both parties included, and obviously any of that would come back to the council. So I just wanted to close the loop on that because that had been a request from the council to staff. All right, thanks, Mayor. Moving on, so policy question 34, does council support funding for kinetic sculptures? This kind of goes in line with this whole marketing communications activity, bringing new amenities to Littleton that people have an opportunity to come and visit. You saw the map that we recently put together that had the map of the current art that we have. I mean, this just kind of exacerbates that and it allows for additional pieces of art. These are activities. We don't really have a lot of location of where these would be located, but it would add liveliness. It would have an opportunity for people to come here, something else for them to look for, see, experience, enjoy at various parts throughout Littleton. And as Councilman Cernanik has pointed out on numerous occasions, I think there's no public art in District 3.
Oh, you are kidding.
It's true.
So this is more or less a placeholder, $25,000 to go and explore some opportunities of what type of sculptures we would find, and then as well, certainly bring that back to the council, and then where we could locate those, hopefully primarily on public property, so we're not getting into leases or placing things on private property. But, and I say that because of District 3's need.
Well, I have a process question real quick on this. It's my understanding that the Fine Arts Committee is charged with the purchase of, and commission of, and then consequent placement, and they, of all art in the city, and then they come to council, as they have in the past, and we approve whatever designs they bring in, and then we approve the location, and then the funding with that. Is that right, Tim? So funding something like this, would that 25,000, if we did this, would that just go to the Fine Arts Committee budget?
I think it depends on how council wants to do it. Generally speaking, yeah, the charge to the Fine Arts Board is that any public art that's purchased by the city goes through them. There have been a couple of exceptions to that, but it's just a couple. So, I mean, certainly the Fine Arts Board could do that for you if that's something you want them to do.
And I was not thinking, trying to run around that, but I was thinking more, it was in service of the marketing and communications world, and how do we use that and leverage it, and that was more the focus than it was from an art standpoint, that it was more of a marketing standpoint. But as Tim pointed
that
out,
might very well be your get around on the charge to the
you could have them consult on it. I mean, you could certainly have them do it as well, but I think that there's, it's however you want to move forward.
I'm going to speak to this because I will admit to putting the bug in your ear. Is it okay if I admit that? So at the CML annual conference in Vail, my heart was smitten by the kinetic sculptures that were along the river, along the trail, and in some parts of the city. And it just, the place felt alive in a way that I can't quite describe. And it dawned on me that downtown, as much as we like downtown, is historic, but it's stone, it's just fixed, it's solid. And I thought, man, we have some places, gateways, thank you, Jerry, but we have some places going into downtown, going west, coming from the north, et cetera, that I see these as possibly enhancements to landscaping. So it's not just an art thing in the way like my favorite piece, my own, is the cobbler sculpture. But anyway, it's something to sort of say, this is not the Littleton that you've thought about for so long, and people get stuck in the backed up traffic, sometimes almost up to Windermere, and they're just sitting there fuming. This would, I think, give them a new image and maybe at least entertain them a little bit. So those of you who did go to the CML conference and saw some of those kinetic sculptures, or have been there otherwise, maybe would have some sense of these groupings. I think the fewest was about 6 in a group, and maybe the most was 11 of these things in various sized pieces of land that just give an energy and say, hey, this is a fun place, and people will want to bring their kids and come back and make downtown more a destination, just even by that little piece. So that was kind of where I was coming from on this.
Comments? Jim?
I'll just make a comment that I go downtown to Dr. Cog an awful lot, and I very, very, very seldom ever make the light at Broadway and Alameda, and they got a kinetic sculpture there. So while you're sitting there waiting for that light to turn and watching that it is absolutely fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still young enough where I watch the women walk by. I find it even more fascinating.
I'm too old for that, Jerry.
I'm between you two.
Back to the Fine Arts Board, though, they get a budget of, I think it's $20,000 is what it's a fair amount of money to make purchases.
We have changed and cut, it's 5,000
It's
for
5,000?
purchases, and then we were giving them conservation money, but that's going to the museum. You guys are handling conservation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So
still.
it's
still
5,000 now?
Yeah, 5,000 is their acquisitions budget.
Well, I just would really like to exercise that group if we can without making it an overwhelming process for them that they get stalled in. But I think we need to look at the charter we have for them, and I think that they do, this is down their road, so.
So you're a yes and work through the
Fine
fine arts?
Well, each individual item, needs to be approved, I think, when you get up to that level, but, by that board, but they do need to have some money to be able to do it. And they did have at one time 20,000.
Do you support the 25 request, though?
Yeah, I think I do, yeah, and get the citizens involved.
Bruce?
Yeah, so sculptures is probably not right. It wouldn't be plural. 25K might get you a sculpture based on what I saw in the Fine Arts Committee, but yeah, I think we've got bigger fish to fry than this, so I'm not gonna say no.
Can I come in on that? I did look up sculptures by the man that makes the ones in Vail. The ones that I looked at were somewhere, I thought, around $500, $600 for these smallish ones, but if you built a little garden of them, but I may be wrong on the price, but I don't think so. So, anyway, so just in terms of what I think costs might be.
But there's installation and all of that stuff, too.
Well, yeah.
It adds up. Jerry?
I think in keeping it more as the marketing community thing we were talking about, I would like to see it really be a part of that. And if they need money for art, I guess they could come ask for it. The other hand, it's fine arts. I think they have funding to go do some stuff. I'm gonna be a no on this, because I would rather see it, if it's gonna be out of the community marketing person, whoever we may consider, I'd rather see it come out of there.
Okay. Phil?
I'm with Jerry to wait for, to some extent, that plan. However, I would make a suggestion that in conjunction with the Fine Arts Board, maybe a series of acquisitions over time, so that it does become kinetic sculptures. Usually when there's one in isolation, it doesn't quite do the trick. And so would like to see a plan developed that would say, okay, here's what we're going to be doing, and it's going to be acquisitions over time. If anyone's been along the pier in San Diego, they put all the art along there, but that was acquisitions over time. It was not a single time installation. It accumulated over time, and it's really kind of interesting.
Jim?
I'm a yes.
I'm a no. I actually feel like on a priority level, I would rather see us invest some money on redesigning our gateways. Some of you can't even see. I think with our new branding and that type of thing, I'd like to see the effort and the money put there. Whatever that would include, but, so.
So can I make a comment then? Just so when you guys see some popping up around town, they're going to be coming from a gift. So nobody's going to be spending city money except maybe to help install, because there will be some kind of grant going toward this, private. So, and I had already talked to Michael about that as a backup. So we may start with one place or whatever, connecting with landscape or something, and just vet it a little bit.
Okay. 35 is, if you guys say yes to this, and we didn't really need to ask this question because this is essentially just clarifying what I think the policy directive has been before, which is those funds that exceed the operations budget, the 17%, which roughly 2 months, anything above that we'll be transferring into the capital fund. So I assume that's a yes. Okay, our last evening is your discretionary funding. I'm going to move to the front up here. What we just passed out is the detailed list of what the request to the city council was. What Wendy is putting up is going to be a spreadsheet that shows the name of the organization, what we awarded in 2013, what they requested for 2014, and then the council action of what decision that you'd make. Can you make that up full screen, Wendy?
I'm trying.
Beautiful. And Mike read these in detail, so we can answer questions if you have those. Otherwise, you guys have the sheet in front of you. Now, we budgeted for the full amount requested, and I want to point out as we get lower, and specifically for Councilman Taylor, the the foundation dollars are in this nonprofit request, which is, just to remind council, we've been trying to get all the nonprofits rather than coming to you throughout the year. We've got the nonprofit application coming forward at, I don't know when the deadline is, but it's July or something like that, and then we bring that together for you for the budget.
But
So
the
that's what you're
Park
seeing.
Foundation money requests can come out of Open Space and Conservation Trust. It does not have to come out of the city
That's what it says.
Yep.
park.
Yep. And then it's just, of course, limited on the use of it, but yes. The mayor, you want to take this, run with it?
Yeah, on this Arapahoe County Mayor's and Commissioners Youth Awards, it's a worthy cause, but I would say that we don't need to put in any more than Centennial's putting in. They're at 250. I'd go to 250 on that one. Yes?
250.
250?
I'm okay with that. Sure.
Okay, 250. Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health. Michael, I just want to make sure on this one, this is all the inclusive, except for we've got the Arapahoe House Detox, which is not part of that. They're not part of Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health?
I think so.
Okay,
I think they're entirely separate.
okay.
I'm getting a no, so confirmation, yes, you're correct.
Okay, Arapahoe Douglas Mental Health, we'll start at we'll start at $10,000. Anybody want to go down? Anybody want to go up?
I'd go up.
I'd go up.
What?
Isn't the 10 what they requested?
I'm willing to stay with 10.
I will stay with 10.
I'm 10.
We have 3 at 10. I'd go to 20. 4 at 10. Okay. Arapahoe House Detox. We gave them 10 last time. They're asking for 15.
I'd stay with 10. I think that this is one of the things that our police department utilizes a great deal.
I'm good with 10.
10. Everybody okay with 10? All right, we're at 10. Arapahoe Rescue Patrol, they asked for 15, or we gave them 15. They've asked for 1,500. These kids are amazing, and I don't even know if we know how often they help us in the community. They were there for the Littleton Pedal Criterium. They do a lot of the trail
I'm good for
events that
15.
we do.
I'm good for 15.
Yeah, Western Welcome. Okay, Arapahoe Santa Claus Shop, 800.
Yep.
Up, down,
Okay.
same,
Fine.
same. Biga Sister City, they want 750, no, they want 500.
Sounds good.
Why did we give them money?
Well, they do a couple of events.
What was your question?
Why do we give them money?
We send a student to Biga in our next delegation
Oh, it's for the
going there.
kid?
And so this is just beginning to accumulate the funds to do that.
Okay. Doctor's Care, they asked for 10.
It looks like, just to clarify, I'm sorry, Mayor, going back to that, under the specific uses of the money, it's to offset the delegation coming here.
Well, it was delegation coming here for this year, that's what the 750 was for. The 500, though, would be going forward for the future student ambassador to Australia.
I'll buy that.
Well, because of alternating years? Okay.
Is that accurate, Mike? Okay. It should reflect the spreadsheet. Okay.
Doctor's care, 10,000. Anybody want to go up?
I'd do 10.
Anyone want to go down? Everybody okay at 10?
Yes.
Freedom Service Dogs?
So,
They
so,
want
wait a minute.
5.
so what staff recommended, we're going higher than, is that right?
Yes.
Your increase, I would,
Yeah, I'm just.
I would vote for staying at 7.
I'm good with 10.
Okay, we've got, who's good at 10? Raise your hand. 10's in.
Yep.
Freedom
Good.
Service Dogs?
When did you get the names?
Yeah.
Everybody but Jim. They want $5,000.
It was so great when they call out the no person on stuff, you know? It's like getting a penalty. Jim did it.
You're at 30, you're at 33,000 right now.
Okay. Do you guys want to do 5,000 or less
I'd go with 1,000.
for Freedom Service Dogs? They are not in Littleton, they are in Inglewood.
I'd go with 1,000.
You go to 1,000, Jim?
Yes,
Okay, is there anybody at 1,000?
what we gave them last year.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good at 1,000. Jim is, Bruce
Jerry is too.
Beckman, Jerry is, okay. Peggy is, Bruce, and Phil, okay. Everybody's good at 1,000. Gateway Battered Women's Shelter, we gave them 100, we gave them 1,500 last year, and they want 5,000.
Give them the 5.
Okay, let's start it at the 5,000. Is anybody in at the 5? Bruce. Okay, lower,
1,500.
15?
I'm
Is
good,
it-
I'm good at 15.
I'm good at 15.
15's good.
Peggy?
Yeah.
We got 4 at 15. Hoodlum?
So,
They want $20,000?
I think that
This
needs,
is actually a request from the Hoodlum Group to fund the city of Littleton's activities at the block party. So our time for public works, police, and whatnot.
And before, we never actually,
This has never been, we ate the cost effectively.
Yeah, it's
So
not a
this-
grant.
This would not be a grant, but it would cover
Recognized.
the city's costs.
Yeah,
Well,
but we've
if
done,
we-
we've
You
done this.
absorb
them
recognize
anyway.
it, yeah.
Okay, so this is the question that I have. I mean, we're doing what we've been doing, so the budget is at least covering that. So we've provided the in-kind. Why do we pass the paper would be my question.
because we want them, like all other nonprofits, to come through the process and have the council, because what's happened in the past is we have partnered with them, or Councilman Taylor, I think, 2 years ago, for the block party or something, had made a motion that we absorb those costs within it. And what we want to do is have the council validate on an annual basis to the extent of what, and have the downtown merchants make the request of what they are asking for from the city. Because otherwise, it's funneling out costs, because these are real costs. We're paying overtime for this, and the council hasn't actually blessed this as an expenditure. And
But the
so-
overtime's in your budget, right?
Well, but it's a cost not in service of normal service delivery for the community. It's a specific activity for, in some cases, private events. And so what we ask all we're doing is, this 20,000 would get distributed within the various budgets, but it's justifying what those expenditures are, and it's making them think about what they want to do throughout the year and put that in front of the council as a trade-off for it.
That's
Okay,
fine, but
we've
if,
got Jim, Peggy, Bruce.
So what this does is it makes us conscious, but this is actually
Jim.
budget and revenue neutral at the end, in the end.
Jim.
Oh, yeah, if you assume that our expenses in the past are valid and that the fact that we've been helping out is,
the other, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, it's making it conscious, but
yes.
it's not changing. Okay,
It's not
I do
increasing
have,
your
I do have a
costs.
question, though.
It's Jim, Peggy, Bruce, Jerry, Phil. That was the order.
If you would pay attention to what's going on around here, you'd know whose turn it is to speak.
It's Jim's.
Okay, but my question is, if you, if you got HDLM in here, why isn't Western Welcome Inc. in here? Because we do the same thing for them.
We are slowly but surely trying to wrap everybody up and have them come into this process. This has taken 2 years to get the downtown merchants to play in this new sandbox, if you will. And so eventually, everybody and all nonprofits will be coming in and doing this.
My question still stands. If you're doing it for this group, Western Welcome Week, why aren't you doing it there? If you're going to put a budget figure in here for that, you need a budget figure for the Western Welcome.
We have worked with them and will continue to work with them to fill out the paperwork to get us the information so we can make it, I can't remember Phil's word now, it's too late, conscious about what those expenditures are. And this also gets to what we talked about last night, where we want to be able to track all of these so that you know and you are conscious of what it costs on the city side for all of these events. Because right now, and historically, that's not been the case. And so council may say, yeah, we like it, but you can't make those trade-off decisions because you don't have the actual dollars to say, maybe it's not worth us putting that much money into it. And we've let, just to close, we've let the merchants go because this is, I think, year 2 or 3 now that we've actually been trying to get them to do this. And so he's finally put in the application for it. So we've been lenient on letting people come in as we've push them to do something different.
Peggy.
So did we subtract then 20,000 out of the police budget?
No, the cost will still be incorporated within the individual. So that's what I think Phil was saying is you're not writing a check in this one.
Well, somewhere.
This is essentially an in-kind, no,
Yeah,
this is not an increase in the
But
budget.
those others are checks we're writing.
Yes, this is not, and you will continue.
So, I mean, I can understand tracking it, but it looks now like then we're double booking it.
We are not double booking it.
Even though it's not being called that anyplace else, we already have it covered in the police budget.
Think of it as a 20,000 in-kind request. So you might, another example might be, we don't have ball fields, but a common one out there in the world is baseball teams come in and ask the councils to waive whatever their ball field rental is. And nobody's actually writing a check, but you're still booking it, so you know that you are waiving those fees, and it's an in-kind cost in essence.
Well, and then how does that show up in terms of the event budget that the position that we're.
Unrelated at this point.
And in fact, there's actually not a dash in prior terms. There's a question mark. It just wasn't quantified.
I mean, what I'd see is, since you said in-kind, I'd put in-kind in J.
We can write in-kind, but we want you to acknowledge that we spend public dollars on the events to the tune of close to $20,000. Because you can say, no, you don't want us to partner in that fashion, or you can say, yes, we support that in-kind. Because these are real overtime dollars that are being spent for these events.
Bruce?
I get what you're trying to do. Just, again, when we did policy item 4, and we were talking about special events, and we were putting a dollar figure there, just procedure-wise, wouldn't we want to do that in-kind match into that fund, or show it in there in the future?
We may ultimately, the reason that it's here is because this is your discretionary money, for instance. But yes, you're right to the extent that ultimately, if we decide that that is a partnership in those events, we're probably going to show that as an event within that budget, and here's the portion that goes to it, and then it gets distributed out to police overtime, barricades, all of that type of thing. But right now, what we're doing is we're putting them into our nonprofit grant application request, so that's the place that we've got them. We've got it scheduled right now to come.
And I don't have a problem with the 20,000. I'm
Yeah,
sure
we
with
don't
fire and police and public works, it's easily 20,000 a match, and by the time you do all the planning and everything else.
Yep, this is just making you aware that this is what they've asked for, is $20,000 of in-kind,
Bruce?
our staff support.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're gonna put 20,000 in that column J, I mean, the only difference between this line item and any of the ones that we've already got money in is, we're writing checks. We're writing checks for Hoodlum to the police, to Public Works, and so forth and so on. So I say you are double counting if you put 20 in here and you don't take 20 out of.
We're not budgeting.
You've already got it in the overtime and
Yes,
whatever in the other
correct.
departments. So I say take 20 out of wherever, put 20 in here and you're golden. I don't have a problem with that, but I think if you just stick 20 in here, you got 20 in
We
this.
are not double booking it. We're putting this in front of you so that you know. I hear what you're saying.
Well, the total is gonna tie to a budget line item, right?
Yeah, I'm not putting a dollar amount in there.
Okay, if you don't wanna put a dollar amount in there, I don't care what the number is. I mean, seriously.
But you should care what that number is, because
No,
that's
because
an
it's already
expense.
covered in the budget elsewhere.
But it's not covered, it's not, we have always,
I understand the issue. I understand we're covering it out of other departments, and it's in the budget, and the total works out to the total that you're presenting to us, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
this was not supposed to be this is validating
You
that we're
confused
spending.
us. We've never had
Way to
this
go,
on this
Penny.
before. Okay,
And we
Peggy?
did it at 11 o'clock at night.
We have the Promise Park back-to-school event. Where is that budgeted? Because we
That-
also have some police
That's
involvement there.
our event. These are not our events that we are asking people who want to use our services. So another one next year would be potentially the Criterion Bike Race. They're going to come in and have to ask for in-kind support for law enforcement, public works, and all of that. We just want to make sure that you're aware, because we could not, I mean, these have just been eaten, absorbed, incremental increases in overtime, and we just want to put it out, say it again, put it out in front of you and have you acknowledge that this is what it costs for these. But our events, we do not do that for, because we are us.
Jerry?
Yeah, it just goes in as a footnote. It doesn't go into financials.
Correct.
And I think it is a good thing to show that the citizens of Littleton have some skin in the game too. This just isn't the merchants. This is also the citizens are putting $20,000 into that event.
Correct.
It's just a recognition. It's,
Yep.
so you don't even, do you even account for it, or do you just make a footnote?
I just wrote in-kind.
We're just going to footnote it up there for illustrative purposes.
Does it show on an audit or anything? Yeah, so it's just a footnote, yeah.
Bill?
Thanks.
I'm fine with it, but I'd also be fine with National Night Out, 4th of July,
Those are
Candlelight
ours.
Walk.
Those are ours.
You can't win tonight, man.
Jim?
Okay.
Well, I don't disagree with putting in-kind in there, but I do think you ought to list Western Welcome Week is an in-kind, and the Bicycle Criterium is another in-kind.
Better. You may be the only one.
Yeah, we track all the costs now, and that'll be part of the whole overall event. This is about
Well,
having
and
them make the request
that's-
and not expect it.
I think that's my rub with this, or any of them, is that there's a $20,000 number sitting there, and I don't know if that's really right. I mean, how much does it really cost? I mean,
It's about $20,000.
It
We don't
really
have all the
is.
numbers off of it right now, but they have made this request based upon our numbers that we gave them of what it costs for their events that they
I mean,
put
we
on.
could literally write them a $20,000 check and then send them a $20,000 bill.
Same difference,
That would be the same thing.
That's what we're doing, okay.
pretty much.
All right, next.
That's why it's in
So it was a yes, right?
Yeah, it's going,
I have no problem with that.
another party. No.
Bill, what were you?
Interfaith. Interfaith Community Services, $20,000. Anybody want to go up?
We've given Interfaith $20,000 for probably the last 10, 12 years.
So,
Or more.
That's what they've asked for.
yeah, well, they'd take more.
Yeah, they wouldn't, yeah,
You
exactly.
know, they always do. I write them a check.
20,000 okay for everybody?
Well, let's just back up. Why, tell me, I know Interfaith, I used to do the walks and all that good stuff, but I just can't remember what they do anymore.
Food bank, it's mainly food bank, but it's, you know, underprivileged in the community, they support.
Littleton?
Clothing, yeah, all over the region.
Emergency
It's
housing?
the major referral when the police run into somebody who's living in their car, the car's broken down, you know, you walk into an apartment with absolutely no food. It's the major referral that we do from the city. So that's why it has value to us.
Okay, cool. All right, good. Thanks.
Littleton Symphony, they've asked for $1,500. Where are they on there? Oh, there they are. They asked for $1,500. We didn't give them anything last year.
I say we do the same thing
Huh?
we did last year.
$1,500?
No.
We didn't give them anything last year.
I would do the same thing we did last year.
Okay, Jim's at 0. 0, 0, 0,
Do
0. Oh,
I'd do 15, but
okay. 6 zeros, 115. Littleton YMCA Youth Program, they went $1,000. We didn't do anything last year.
did they request last year? I mean, I kind of think this has got some value. I'd go $1,000 with these guys. I mean, there's plenty of need for youth program.
I'm a 0.
I guess I'd ask, just for interest is, because South Suburban does a scholarship program for their participation, but they do it through their budget. So I don't know if folks are looking to refer. I know the YMCA is in a different location.
South Suburban has requested as well.
Yeah, that's not a scholarship, that's a different, that's a,
But neither is this.
I'm 0.
well, that's what it says. This is a scholarships program. That's what they're asking for.
Scholarships for programs of memberships to families, all of that. Okay, they want $1,000.
Jerry is no, and Bruce Starman is
Phil,
I'm thinking.
Peggy, Bruce,
No.
Jim,
No.
I'm no. Phil, doesn't matter.
You thought too long.
Oh, you do too, matter, big guy.
yes. I do need your vote.
I was gonna say yes, because they have a brand new sign out there.
Good, okay. Jeez, man,
Well, Michael, you're not writing them in.
They're coming up as hyphens.
Okay. So we're at Rocky Mountain Stroke Association. They want $700. This is new. Anybody want to do it?
I'd do 700.
Okay, so we have 3 yeses. Bruce?
Yes.
4 yeses. I'm a no. Phil?
Not at this time.
Jim?
Yes.
2 noes, 5 yeses. South Suburban Park
So
and
that
Rec
was $70.
Bucks. Park and Rec Buck Blitz.
I'm a yes for 500.
I'll
Okay,
go
we
with
have-
500.
Okay, Jerry?
Is it at the Buck Center?
Yeah,
Yes.
663.
Yeah, I'll do 500.
Why are we doing this one if we're not doing the YMCA program?
They're different types of programs. The YMCA is a sponsorship for families. This one is bringing in the youth out of the northeast neighborhood into paying for their cost to participate in programs at Buck.
But
Well, it's actually nights, it's monthly night.
so I mean, I'm in favor of it, but I guess I just don't, it would seem, what does the YMCA program do
We
that
already voted on
It
that.
was funding scholarships for families.
join the Y?
Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll go 500.
Okay, 5. Everybody's okay at 5?
Yep.
5.
Can we please tell me who voted no on the $700 for?
Yeah, where are you?
Phil and I.
Okay, thank you.
You were no?
Keep up, Wendy.
I'm sorry, I was fixing.
Okay. All right, so South Suburban Park Foundation. Okay, Michael, do you want to explain
Yes, Mike does.
the difference
Sure.
Get to the microphone.
At least one. So the first request, they have two requests, one for 20,000 and one for 100,000. The first is operational support, and it's primarily used for outreach, educational programs, et cetera. The next one is the $100,000 request is actual trail improvements and design work. So in projects, according to their application, projects would include access issues, safety, new amenities, directional signage, and interpretive displays.
Okay, so what?
What didn't we approve under the open space? What did we?
No.
The trails?
We did not. We did not.
I thought we
They
did.
were sandwiched in that million, and we didn't do that.
Is that the deal?
We only did the river restoration project, 630,000.
We've not been at zero forever.
So, let's look at the first one, the 20,000. Jim?
Can both of these funds come out of the open space?
Both of them can?
Then I don't see, because it shouldn't be, it's not going to impact the bottom line we've got set aside for this funding if we take that 20 and that 100 out of the open space funds. It's not going to affect the bottom line when we get it all totaled up.
Did they submit an application and everything for this?
Yes, they did.
Because they have done that in the past for that 100,000 and they didn't spend it, and we got crazy on that, remember? Because they didn't spend it all, and then where did it go?
That's because it
Right,
went
it
into
was-
a category, every time the city has been giving money to South Suburban Park Foundation, it goes into a specific category. It goes in the category for Big Dry Creek, it goes in category for Mary Carter, wherever it goes, it's been going to a specific category. The money doesn't get spent out of that until there's enough money in order to do a project. So you can't spend it out of the Big Dry Creek funds. You can't transfer it to something else. It's always been categorized to go in that one spot. And whenever you get enough money to do a project along Big Dry Creek, then you can spend it. But until you get enough money accumulated in that fund, it's just like the impact funds. They're going into specific categories. You don't spend it till you get
Well,
enough to do it.
I know, but last year we had given, and it didn't get spent, and then it,
And so where did it go last year? It went into a fund that's just like the impact funds. You can't spend it out of your impact funds until you get a project and accumulate enough money to spend it. That's the same way we've been doing with the FARC Foundation.
okay. So on the 20,000, who's in on the 20?
Well, I'm going to comment first. If they want, I don't see it coming out of this to do these things for them. And if there are projects that they want to ask, I probably am not going to be real supportive of that either. I mean, one of these here is the, talking about the Littleton Community Trail. Well, I mean, and they've got their own mill levy and whatever, and
No, they
other
don't.
monies.
This is the foundation. This is not South Suburban.
Well, yes, but South Suburban has its mill levy.
So,
So why should we be giving the foundation money for, anyway, no, so I don't support either of these.
Okay. Bruce?
I'm still not clear why I'm still not getting it. There's a 20,000 request and a 100,000 request. I'm not sure why they're separated. And then, and either and both can come out of the open space money, which is totally where it should come from. And I don't have a problem with that, and I don't have a problem with what the foundation does, because they take citizen input and do it to specific things. It personalizes those trails in a way that isn't going to happen without them. I appreciate what they do, but I don't understand this. I'm sorry. I would vote yes. I vote yes for what they're doing, but I don't understand the process, and I vote yes to take it out of open space. But I think it would be better for them to come back and explain to us why we have two requests.
I did get an email from Julie, God, her name just escaped me. Julie Madden, who has asked if they could come to council at a study session in maybe our next study session. But ask if they come to talk about what they wanted to do and what they were planning to do. So they're planning to come to city council.
Okay, well, I'm a yes vote on both, but I have that question, just,
So you are yes?
yeah.
But, and it's coming out of the other fund. Wouldn't that be, could that be another category up there, Michael? Or is that what you're doing? Okay, good, yeah.
Yep. So I got in-kind, open space, and general fund.
Yeah, I mean, I'll support it. I'd be up for additional details and information, but I think they put it to good use.
Jerry,
Yes, as he has it listed up there.
Phil,
I support the second one, but not the 20,000.
Jim? Yes.
I'm going to support both because you need the 20,000 in order to do the planning, in order to spend the 100,000. You can't do one without the other, unless you just want to go willy-nilly out there and start building a trail without having any plans and designs for it, which is what the $20,000 is used for.
I mean, the community trail is funded for as far as we're gonna go, and the Mary Carter Greenway already exists.
But,
So,
okay, I have met with Brett Collins about enhancements that needs to be done to the Mary Carter Greenway Trail, making connections from streets down to the trail that are now just habit paths that are difficult to climb and get in and out of. There are enhancements to the Mary Carter Greenway Trail that needs to be done. Those could be funded out of this $100,000, not necessarily all going to the community, Littleton Community Trail. You still have to have planning money, and that's what the 20,000 is used for.
This doesn't say that to me, that's what that 20,000's for, and it says to host a community trail event. I don't want to spend $20,000 on that, and it also then, the $100,000 goes outside of Littleton. And I don't feel there's enough clarity to hear for $120,000 for me. I'm voting no on both, doesn't matter. They're 3 to 4. But I highly recommend that we get them in here and get a study session, because quite honestly, this is in terms of what we're doing with the money on here, it's a substantial amount of money, even if it is coming out of open space. And I'd like to know exactly where it's going, because I'm not even sure over the last couple of years I'm convinced exactly where it went. I just would like to see it. I think them coming in is long overdue.
Yeah, and I just second you to hear what they have to do, because the second one doesn't mention Big Dry Creek, it doesn't
No.
mention Lee Gulch, it doesn't mention Highline Canal, and those are all key trails in the city.
And it talks about Mary Carter, and Mary Carter stretches a long way, and we have a lot of money and projects that we're doing on that trail too, so, anyway,
I'm changing mine no, I'm changing mine.
Oh, you're changing your vote?
Yeah, with all that additional discussion, I'm gonna be no on both. Without additional information.
Okay. So we have 4 no's on both. I'm a no, Phil's a no, Jerry's a no, and you're a no.
Phil was only a no on the 20. Or did you decide to
Oh,
go?
Phil's a,
I decided to go no, because it's actually looking for a project budget, and on every other project, we look for knowing more what it is. And this, I hear Jim explain it, and I know he's on the board, but it's not the foundation. So,
You mean to tell me I don't have enough influence I can convince him to do what I want him to do?
So Bruce is what was your vote?
I was a yes, and I'm staying yes.
I was a yes.
Okay. I got you both as yeses, I just want to make sure you didn't change.
okay, TLC Meals on Wheels. They ask for $6,500. We gave them $6,000 last year. Let's start at 65. Everybody good at 65?
I am.
I'm not.
Okay, we have, Phil, are you good at 65?
I'd stay at 6 for now.
Jim, are you at 6?
I'm at 6.
Okay, so Jim and Phil are at 6, the rest of us are at 65. Young Voices of Colorado, they asked for 1,000. We didn't fund them last year. Where you at?
1,000.
What's our total?
I don't know how they benefit the city.
They moved out.
Yeah, no.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
You're at 63,250 right now.
So Young Voices has 6 no's, Bruce is a yes. Bruce Stallman. Okay,
So what was our deal on that one? It was a 0?
yeah, 0. Okay, where are we at, Michael?
So you have $64,250 out of the general fund. You've got 20,000 in kind and nothing right now out of the open space, but it sounds like they're gonna have a study session, possibly come back and explain this. Oh, I'm sorry,
63.
63,250.
You did good.
I think last year, like, yeah, 59, so right in the same ballpark as last year.
Okay. Any other things? I just have one question on the budget. I couldn't dig through enough to find it. Humane Society, 50,000?
58,009 something,
Based on?
based on the per dog cost and the number of costs. So, so the Humane Society has been working on reducing our per dog cost piece. This year was, based on our dog count for this year, they're projecting 15, I think it's about 59,000 for next year. And then they've got a multi-year, projection of that number going down, not based on reduction of animals, but, as they shift into more of a private model, private sector model.
And that's coming out of a different kitty, isn't it?
Coming
It's
out of
coming
our
out of
general
the general
fund.
fund. Yep.
Jim?
Page
The
47.
one thing I would like to see on this up here,
Yes, sir.
under K, let's get a correct figure there. Let's make that $60,000, because that, you're doing it for
Oh,
Hoodlum.
okay.
Why don't you do it for WWW as well
Yeah,
as the
we can
Criterion?
plug- we can
Yeah,
plug it
that should
in.
be 60,000.
Yeah, again, all of those are in there? No, okay.
Understand it. Let's
You,
be accurate.
you confused us with this.
I
We
know.
have, for years, had our little list. I know, we just had to use new muscles and it was late.
It's all right.
Nice try, Michael.
So thank you. And the budget highlights and line items, so thanks very much.
Well, I would
Thank
say
you.
thank you, yeah, to staff and to Michael, all of you guys that are still here.
The rest of you.
Going through this on a policy level with policy questions is such a different and better, healthier way to deal with this budget. So I know it's a ton of work on your end, and
It's all
it was a
good.
good job. Jim?
Since this is my last budget, may I make a suggestion? I
No.
really and truly like to do this like on a Saturday all day long. You start at 8 o'clock in the morning and you get through this all at one time. This acing it out, having staff come back here for 2 late nights in a row, as opposed to going to a Saturday and getting it all done in one day. We used to do that. I think it's much more efficient than what we're doing now.
I think you should ask staff, they might prefer to have Saturday.
Well, and I just learned that they were all sitting here because they thought I told them they couldn't leave for 2 nights. If you guys know me, I tell them they don't have to be here unless they have to be here. So I owe them a couple hours of their life back.
Ah, jeez.
Yep, you're welcome.
Some people